It is June 13th, 2024. We're going to I should use the humor more. It is June 13th, 2024 at 9:01 a.m. The board meeting of the Oregon State Board of Nursing is now called to order. A notice of this board meeting was published by Rachel Prusak, Executive Director, in accordance with open meetings law. If necessary, the board may also meet in executive session as authorized by ORS 192.660 sub 1, ORS 192.6602 F, H, and L, ORS 678.126, ORS 676.165, and ORS 676.175 sub 1. Board members and staff stating that they are present are attesting to understanding the confidentiality of executive session and have taken steps to ensure that executive session proceedings are not observed or heard by anyone not authorized by Public Meeting Law ORS 192.660. Is there a roll call by our secretary?
Yes, Aaron Green,
Here.
Linda Stanich, present. Margaret Hill, present. Claire McKinley Yoder.
Here.
I'm sorry. Joni Callis. I'm here. Marcus Cooksey.
Present.
Michelle Chow.
Here.
Olaniki Towabola.
Here.
Yvonne Yanduan.
Here.
There being a quorum present, I declare this board eligible to conduct its business.
Is there a staff roll call by our executive director?
There is. Good morning, Mr. President and members of the board. Yesterday was a long day and looking forward to another one. So let's go around the room, starting with our policy analysts and asking everybody just to say they're here.
Laura Blackhurst. Here. Sarah Wickenhagen. Here. Gretchen Cook, RN policy, LPN policy analyst present. Albert Jeter, policy analyst for nursing assistant education. Here.
Philip Fox, licensing manager, present.
Lauren Rauch, board legal counsel, present.
Rachel Prusak, executive director, present.
Randy Ritter, executive assistant.
Thank you. And can, in the back row, our guests just announce who they are, please? Thank you very much.
All right. Welcome to all of our guests. We will move on to our fiscal status report.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. Again, my name is John Etherington. I'm the fiscal accounting and operations manager here at the board. Today, we're going to go through the board report, and I'm also going to give a little accounting 101 just to give the new board staff some kind of idea about how state accounting works in a higher general field. I know there's kind of been some questions about where fees go, how we spend them. So hopefully this kind of overview will help clarify some of that, and we can get into a little bit more detailed questions later. So this is just the board report. We'll get into how to read it a little bit later. For everyone, currently right now, the Board of Nursing is an other funds agency. What that means in state government is we don't take general funds, we don't take lottery funds or federal funds. We're an agency that's self-supported by the fees that we take in. All those fees, all our payments, most of the accounting principle is all governed by law, statutes, rules, and policies within the Oregon state government. So there's usually always a rule or a policy for something that we're doing. Like businesses and yourself, we do have a bank account. We bank with Oregon State Treasury. They are the bank for agencies within Oregon. And much like yourselves and other businesses, we have revenue and expenses. But in state government, a lot of our revenues and expenses, they don't really come together. They're very much separate in how we do our accounting. So part of that is the revenue part. We'll take that first, is the board fees. All our fees are done by Division 2. Through our statute, they're approved by the legislator. And currently, we haven't changed fees since 2009. So we can't change any fees without legislative approval, whether it be $1, $2 as inflation prices goes up. We have to go through legislative approval and the whole process to change any fee, get rid of any fee that we would like. Part of the procedures is all board fees that we're collecting go into the treasury account, just one treasury account, and they're used by the board to go through board business, through our expenses, through our budget. So there's no special board fees as far as our fees that have to go to somewhere else. They're all used by the board. There are other fees that aren't our fees. There's 3 of them. There's a workforce data fee for $4. There's a $9 Oregon Nursing Advancement fee, and then there's a $70 PDMP, Prescription Drug Monitoring Program fee that we do collect during licensing, but these are fees of other agencies. We just collect them through the licensing, and then we transfer them to their programs. For the PDM fee, we transfer these to the Oregon Health Authority, the workforce data fee, Oregon Health Authority and DHS, and the $9 one goes to the Oregon Center for Nursing, mainly because they're a nonprofit that works for this advancement fund. So mainly all our revenues come in, they're off to the side. Really, as an other fund agency, they look to make sure our revenues are balancing and taking care of our expenditures. They want to make sure the cost of doing business for the board is not above what we're going to take in, because then we would have to go into other general funds and get other revenue sources to operate the board. So this moves on to our expenditures. All our expenditures are already kind of set. As far as a budget amount, we've had the 23-25 biennium budget already approved by the legislator, and they're the ones that really set our expenses when we go through the budget process. Currently, we're going through the 25-27 budget process. So a lot of this is looking forward and saying, what do we expect to spend in the next 2 years to have them even approve what we might think we would spend. So it's a very lot of trying to project forward, project what our expenditures are going to be, make sure we really have enough cash revenue to cover everything, because we can't just increase cash whenever we want to. We can't charge more when we ever want to. It's a legislative approval to go through all this. With that being said, are there any questions kind of about the overview process? So as we go into our reports, the first page is a high-level detailed report. It's page 32, Exhibit F1 of your packet, and we'll go over it up on the screen. This left column really shows our biennial LAB, and that's our legislative approved budget. So the legislative has approved us currently for a little under 26 million. Whether expenses go up, they still want us to keep to that 26 million. So as inflation goes up, the cost of operating the agency could go up. We still have to try to budget and account for that to try to come in at the end of next year at 26 million. It does have it split out a little bit by our personal services up at the top. We have our services and supplies category. And then we have these distributions to our Oregon Wellness Program and the Oregon Nursing Advancement Fund. Those are set again in laws and statutes that say we have to distribute money to these organizations. The rest is for us to use. Currently, through the biennium is 38% complete as of March 2024. For these expenditures, this is our current column about what expenditures we've had. Currently, we have 5.4 million in personal services, 2.9 million we spent in services and supplies. And then as of March, we did pay Oregon Wellness Program in April, but as of March, and in March, we had the $500,000 in our distribution, which totals the 8.8 million at the bottom. So currently, 38% of the biennium is gone, and that represents about 34% of our expenditure cost. So far right now, we're doing pretty good. There's no cause for concerns at this point. We're in balance. Our projected expenditures still has the majority of the biennium left. And this is a lot of the planning about what we project to carry on for the personal services, about how much it's going to take for services and supplies, our fingerprinting expenses, and again, distributions to other nonprofits. We get through at the very end of the total, and we're comparing our total about what we think we'll spend for the whole biennium against what our budget is originally, what we were budgeted. Currently, we're a little bit over, but the 100,000 isn't a concern. We can make changes and probably reduce some of this in the projected expenditures in the future. So currently, the agency sits at a good position right now for the biennium. We don't see any problems with future expenditures. We are over a little bit by that 105,000, but we're making future changes to make sure that we hit close to that zero mark. At the bottom, this is where it kind of shows our revenue estimates. Beginning balance, we had about 10.5 million to start the biennium in our account. The state likes to have about 7 or 8 months of operating capital in case anything happens to the agency. The agency can still sustain, pay the employees and pay all the services at least for 7 to 8 months. So that's why we have a pretty good health balance from year to year, going on about 10 million. Currently, we had at an LAB, our revenues were 21.9 million. Our estimated revenues currently are 22.5 million. So our revenues have been a little bit higher than projected by about $500,000. Usually that's from the endorsement side of licensing as we see more people coming into Oregon and having higher endorsement applications. That usually drives up our numbers on the revenue side. And then at the bottom, it has our expenditure side. That comes from the top again, and it gives us our ending budget, what we would start 25-27 with. So we're projecting to have 7 million to go into the next biennium with, which still adheres to the 7-8 months of operating capital for your agency. So going into the next biennium, we don't see any problems with revenue or expenditures to start the biennium. Next 2 pages are more just breakouts of this first page. It gets more into the details. This one, it dives down into what actual categories all these expenditures come from. And it kind of breaks out the services and supplies for each group within our agency. We have a board group, admin group, consulting group, investigations, monitoring, licensing, LEDs, and fingerprinting. So these are kind of individual expenses about what goes to each group. As you know, it's your board group, the services and supplies is 374,000. That's mainly because you guys have a lot of actual cases that come through the board. A lot of the DOJ expenses are kind of classified through the board. So that's why that is so high. You guys don't really spend that much. It's just kind of part of the agency business that gets classified with it. The next page is just our revenue charts. So this takes from that first page and it breaks down about how we actually make our revenues. And if you scroll down a little bit, we have two sides about what we've actually collected to date. And then we have a side what we're projecting future for the remaining of the biennium to date. So if you're looking for how much we've collected, and I know civil penalties was on the discussion, right now for the collections to date, it's at 21,000 sitting there. The bulk of it, you will see of all the money that we collect comes from the RN LPN programs and the licensing fees. Currently sitting at a little bit over 6 million. With all those, we do have the transfers that we show at the bottom, the transfers for the PP monitoring and the workforce development. Those come out of our revenue because those weren't our fees. They were never our revenue. So the money that we collected for those, we have to transfer to DHS as it is their fee and their money. All that at the end really gives us our totals for what we feel that we're going to collect. Again, projected at 22.5 million, budgeted originally at 21.9 million. So our revenues are doing pretty good for this biennium. With that, that's the report. Are there any questions from the board that I can take at this time?
I know the big question is in regards to civil penalty. Where's that money go? Is it usable in any manner? That question's come up a lot with our new board members, especially.
Board president, members of the board. So the easy answer is where that money goes. All money that the board collects goes into our revenue, really our checking account. And that money is used to help with all board expenses. It doesn't really have an earmark to go to any place in particular. To do those things, those are usually through laws and statutes, probably they're a DOJ person, to earmark any revenue that it would have to go to a certain place. So usually that revenue collected is just used by the agency to run the agency operations.
Other board members, any questions? Did that answer our civil penalty question?
I saw Executive Director Prusak nodding. So the civil penalties, any change couldn't be done through rules for where that money goes.
Yeah, thank you for the clarifying question. But I think the clarification is it's being used for everything that we are already doing, Oregon Wellness Program, HPSP, all of the other stuff that's put into a pot and it's accounted for.
I have a question because you're already looking at 25 to 27. Are you budgeting in anticipation of receiving a certain amount of civil penalties?
Board president, members of the board, we have budgeted at 180,000. It's kind of been our standard budget over the last few bienniums. Actual amounts have came in at less than that. I don't have those off the top of my head, but I don't believe they ever really go above 100,000. We just project higher expenditures in case something happens. Your revenues don't actually have to match when you're forecasting them. They just want them to be close. So the 180,000 is kind of a benchmark that we've just always used the past bienniums. We haven't increased it over the past bienniums because we don't feel there will be a big increase in that. And we haven't really reduced it to an actual number of like 100,000 because there's no really particular need. It does look a little bit better if we have 80,000 estimated.
I have two questions. The first one is when you had mentioned the, what I call in the red, it's a good thing I became a nurse and nothing financial. You had mentioned that you already have a way of addressing that. Do you know where that would be, or give us an example of where you would make those changes?
Board President, members of the board. A lot of them are kind of ongoing things that might change month to month that we can look and forecast. Some things are out of our control, like there's certain testing fees, fingerprint fees, and things. The more we'll get applications, the higher those will go. But there are certain fees. I'll pick on DOJ a little bit because I talked to Rachel a little bit about this. We have a certain budget of what we predict our budget would be. But unfortunately, the more cases and the more Ella actually has to work with her whole team, those could go up. So we are trying to look in the future to make sure that we don't have a lot of DOJ or higher rising costs with DOJ to try to mitigate those and keep those within our budget. And then look at other ways that we could also maybe save some money, as we have about, I think, 40,000 per month budgeted for them. But unfortunately, we're usually using them more than what we're budgeted. But we look at that and say, you know, how can we save money in the future? How could we maybe use some of these services a little bit less? But there's not a lot of leeway as far as what we control to say we can do this and that. We're kind of at ways in the mercy of how many applicants and how many people are using these services, and then we have to adjust. I know at times there are personal services as people retire and move on. Sometimes you can keep a position open for a month or two to get some savings that way. So savings are a little bit hard to come by, but there are some ways that you can affect that.
Thank you. Second question is with civil penalties, which that did offer greater insight. My question is, from the past to projection towards future, which I know we can't probably project, the number that you had mentioned for the civil penalties in the past, has that been a number that's been somewhat standard? Or do you see fluctuation or increase and decrease in years past?
Board President, members of the board, that number is pretty standard and stays the same. It's pretty much just the standard 180,000. The fluctuations really come into our license calculations. That's where we really look back and say, how many licenses have we had over the past 4 biennium? How much growth have we had? And try to project that growth in that licenses going forward. We haven't had any growth in civil penalties, so we don't project that, as that's an unknown. It depends on the cases and everything that's brought amongst the board. So it's just been a stagnant number and no growth projected in civil penalty revenue.
Other board members, any questions?
A follow-up, clarification. The expenditures for DOJ's consulting, you said that is under the page that says board services and supplies. Do I understand that correct?
Yes, part of their, all the cases and a lot of what they work on, a lot of those expenses are expensed at the board.
One more thing I was wondering about too. The, so late fees, that is a separate item than the civil penalties, or is that accounted for in the civil penalties as well?
Board President, members of the board, yes, late fees is a separate revenue item than civil penalties. It's a completely different fee as far as the fee structure and different amounts, completely different.
Any other questions?
Mr. President, I don't have a question, but I just have a comment, if it's okay.
Absolutely.
I want to just publicly thank our fiscal manager for all of the hard work on the 2025-2027 budget. We have been meeting regularly with the legislative fiscal office and the governor's office to plan for it, to ensure that we don't cut our budget and make plans for how we keep everything that we have, because they do task us with trying to figure that out. And when we had increased costs for our staff, not just our DOJ, but every staff member, that impacts us. But we got really creative and worked really busy all one weekend to ensure we did everything. And I just want to publicly thank him. And I think in September, you'll be hearing from me as well as John on those next steps and those plans to ensure that you all approve that. But there's so much work that goes into it to advocate to ensure that we get to it's a very interesting process that I'm learning about on this end of how, even though it's our money, even though the nurses are regulating themselves through their licensing fees, the state needs to approve everything. So it's a really interesting process to fight to use your own money. But it's been a great partnership. Every Friday we meet, and he'll tell me how to stay in the budget, and I'll tell him to keep doing his job well and tell me how to stay in my budget. But I need this, this, and this. So thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, well, thank you for coming, and thanks for the explanation on civil penalties. I know that's been a hot question for our new board members.
Mr. President, if it's okay, can I suggest that we welcome up National Council State Board of Nursing to present and then go back to getting our consent agenda done?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hear me now. Oh, okay. So you.
My hand gets tired, so I always ask for help.
Oh, so you all have it. I like that.
Yeah, and then you can do it first, and you'll pass along the.
Now I see. Okay. Good morning, Board President and members of the board and Executive Director Rachel Prozek and other Oregon staff. When I came in this morning, I saw Gretchen, and it was like a face from the past. It was good to see her because she served on the committee with me. We were trying to think how far that's been. It was 2018. It was so good to see her. So thank you. We're happy to be here, and thank you for having us and for allowing some time on your agenda for us to bring NCSBN to you. And so my presentation today is kind of twofold. I want to talk about some of the program services and offerings that you can engage with us and involve yourself with us, and also ask you for some feedback on the things that you would like to see, and ask questions along the way. Feel free to stop me and ask questions. That's perfectly okay. I'll be cognizant of the time because I have Jim and he has a presentation he wants to do as well. And I think we have about an hour, a little less.
Yeah, a little less.
Okay. So I believe, because I checked, that most of you have a passport account, which is a member passport account to access those things on our website. On our website, ncsbn.org, we have many resources, a plethora of resources and things that you can access, and certainly as a member. You know, we talked about this a little bit in our table. I think on my end, at the other end, didn't hear some of the same things. We are a member organization. So the Oregon Board of Nursing, the entire board, as a regulatory body, is a member, as well as you as board members. You're a member, like individually and as well as staff. And so you can access all of our resources and you can serve on all of our committees. There's some varying degrees of involvement for the associate member and the exam user members. So a couple things I want to talk about. First of all, we have our meetings, we have our conferences. We have our mid-year meeting in March, which has more of an educational focus. And then we have our annual meeting in August, and that is partially delegate assembly and business meeting. And that's where you have delegates, two delegates for every U.S. NRB. And I'll say NRB, that is Nursing Regulatory Body. And that covers our international members as well. And so outside of those two main meetings, mid-year and annual, we have special meetings such as IT Ops, Discipline Conference, Public Policy, those types of meetings.
We had Bonnet, which is gonna become a virtual course, I believe. So there's some meetings as well. Now, we do have funding. We pay a lot for our members.
How
come
to
our
use
meetings.
wired and
We
Bluetooth
have the
headphones
resource
simultaneously
fund,
on PC.
which is a policy that Rachel probably is familiar with, which will fund you to come to our meetings. And then there's waivers and those types of things. And Rachel will be the person to discuss those with you. But I want to mention the resource fund, and that is one of the policy in the packet of information you have on your desk. And if I don't have enough packets, I'm sorry. If you can share, if I don't have enough, it is policy 2.4. And what I want to say about that resource fund, Rachel, you're probably familiar with that because largely it's used for members to attend one of our meetings. But it also has an opportunity to provide and cover costs for training for members, as well as if the board decides they want to bring in a consultant or a governance expert to come in and work with the board for either assessing how they function as a board at the beginning of a fiscal year, at the end of the fiscal year. That's another opportunity. And boards have used it that way to help them. I think after the pandemic, a few boards used the resource fund to come in and bring someone to work with them on some of the DEI issues that at that time they were grappling with. So there are opportunities through the funding, the use of the resource fund. I also want to mention that if you're busy, and you all are really busy, you wear a couple different hats, as you well know, right? And Rachel wears one big hat, being an executive director here, that I think most of you are signed up to receive our publications. That is where you can sign up on our homepage at the very bottom. And if nothing else, you're getting our announcements. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, In Focus came out. That's our newsletter. And Phil Dickinson, our CEO since October 1, had an article about where he is in nursing regulation. And his focus is one NCSBN, meaning that NCSBN office in headquarter in Chicago with our members, we're one. NCSBN staff, our member organizations, board members and staff, we're all one. We're just all one in a membership organization. And that's his focus, and he's been talking about it. On the homepage of the website, there's a short video that talks about that. And what it talks about is we have a mission and we have a vision. And it's the why that he wants to ask. And that why is when a competent nurse and a patient, that interaction. And that is the why as nurse regulators. The why. You have the license, you license competent nurses, and it's that interaction with the public protection. That is the why. So you're going to hear him talk about it throughout the year. That video is on the homepage, and it's kind of inspirational. It's a really well done video by our marketing team. To check it out, you have an opportunity. So I think most of you are signed up to receive our publications. And if you have a colleague that you want to forward that link to, they can sign up as well. You don't have to be a member to receive a lot of our publications. So, check it out. One of the ways to really engage with us, if you have a certain amount of time or you have a particular focus, depending on what you're doing outside of this governance role, is to participate on a knowledge network group. And that's one of the handouts here. And what you can do is you can let me know and we can sign you up. There is an APRN one, there is a policy one, there's an education one, and staff manage these sites. And their calls, their team calls, the communication goes out once you click in Passport, you want to belong to that group. An email goes out and they let you know when there's a call. You can get on the call, they last about an hour. And often they have presenters on various topics. They'll ask for an agenda. You may want to put something on the agenda. And you have that opportunity to do that networking with your colleagues who are kind of working in that space, or if you just have a general interest in that space. So that's a very easy way, I would say, for anybody to get involved. So if you look at that handout, check it out. Let me know if you want us to connect you with one of those things. Now, Rachel being the executive officer, she's in the executive officer group. And the president, Aaron, I think you're in the president's group as well. And they also have a networking site that we call the Hive. I want to change that name. It's been around for a while.
Do it.
It's a buzz of activity. It's a Hive, and it's been around for a little while. And we want to do some enhancements to those networking sites. And again, I'll say I want to change the name, but that's kind of where the information like agenda and other resources are posted. Let's see. And I want to stop. Any questions so far? The one thing I want to say as I'm talking, if you think of something that resonates with you, you want to see, let us know. Because going into our next fiscal year, 2025 in October, we're looking to enhance and really develop some more innovative, some different resources. But we want to hear from the membership. And so there will be communication going out and then to ask you questions. But while I'm here, I'm happy to take any feedback that you may want to offer. I also want to talk about, committee participation. Now, actually, the deadline for that for next fiscal year ended yesterday, and that's okay. We have a handful of committees. Years ago, we had many more, but we still have some committees, and we do have vacancies, and we open them up for participation. And so that went out a couple weeks ago, like the awards committee. That's always fun. I'm always looking for new members for that. NCLEX committee. NCLEX item review subcommittee, that is a larger committee that, kind of feeds into the work of the NCLEX. We have the finance. We have two new committees. They're not looking for any members because they just got started late in the fiscal year last winter. Model Acts and Rules, our larger committee. But we were able to appoint, or the board was 24 members to that committee. So that was great. And then the bylaws committee. Now, the bylaws committee, every so often, 5, 6, 7 years, depending how it plays out, the board will open up NCSBN bylaws. We'll have a committee, solicit members to serve on the committee. That was done back last winter. And so as they do their work, you will be hearing information from NCSBN because anything that's changes to the bylaws has to go to annual meeting for the delegates to vote on that. The information be forthcoming because they'll ask you for feedback. They'll ask you to weigh in. The last time we had a bylaws committee was about 6 or 7 years ago, and that's when we had the category of exam user member, which is an international NRB. They use our exam. They have a single mandate of public protection only. There's no mandate that's for the profession. And that's kind of the difference for some of the international members that we have. U.S. members, public protection. Right? Okay, all right. So I want to move on to a couple things. Oh, one thing I would mention, a mid-year meeting, we have the area meetings. You may have heard them or participated. Some of you may have in those meetings. March at our mid-year meeting, and that's by area. Does everyone here know what area they're in? You don't have to raise your hand if you don't want to. Your area 1, the middle of the country's area 2, southern part area 3, northeast area 4. Those group, you're number 1. Okay, they like that one. Okay. So at mid-year meeting, you have these meetings and the areas get together. It's the same agenda. And I think it harkens back to a time in the late 90s or prior to the early 2000s where, areas, different parts, geographical sections of the countries had different issues that they were grappling with and challenged with. Pretty much now nationally, everybody's facing the same kind of things, So the bylaws is looking at that too. Is there a different way to have that type of networking opportunity at our meetings? Should we stay with the area? So that's something you'll probably hear more about. But it's a good way to talk to someone in your area that instead of passing them in the hallway when you're at the meetings. Also, I mentioned committee volunteer opportunities. There's a handout there for exam volunteers. You can volunteer to participate on an item review as a member. And we actually open that up to external nurses as well. You're smiling, Rachel. It is. So item review, want to review those items, right? So the NCLEX committee and NIRC NCLEX subcommittee look at that, but the volunteer, you can do that. And you can also have a nursing colleague do that as well. So it's necessary. It's a necessary thing. It's necessary, Rachel. It's important. It really is important. It sounds like you wouldn't necessarily want to do it. Okay, also, I want to mention that, what was trying to say, this, what Jim and I are doing with member engagement, we are going and we're meeting with, particularly we try to target some of the newer EOs. I have to say that during the pandemic, in the spring, summer 2020, summer 2020, going up into 2021, we had experienced about a third turnover in NCSBN leadership, the boards of nursing, the EOs. And of course, the presidents do turnover as well. And so we had a number of people that retired. Libby Lund, who was from Tennessee board, she had been there like 30 plus years. So we see that still happening now. There's kind of like a little clusters or what have you. So it's really important to us that we come out and visit with the membership, particularly with the newer EOs, to be supportive and to help you. Because one of the things that we're talking about next week at the Executive Officer Summit is building and managing virtual teams. There were a few boards that the staff really still came into the office, and then some were hybrid or virtual and came back. And a lot of them are doing hybrid right now. But when you're new to nursing regulation, external, and you're not, and a few were staff that were promoted from within. You have to build a team sometimes, really from scratch, where you may not see them that often. You know, when you work with someone day to day, you can build, and if they go virtual, you already know them. And when you come in cold, it's like, wow, what is this? Nursing regulation is a very different animal, as you know. And so to build those teams, we're going to talk about that a little bit. The networking for the presidents, we have those calls as well. And we also have networking sessions at mid-year and also an annual meeting where the presidents get together. Now, mid-year meeting in Atlanta, back in March, we had a town hall. We had one of our NCSBN board members who is a president. She did an interview, kind of like a CNN style, with Phil Dickinson, who is the president. And that was really kind of interesting and really opened up a lot in terms of the presidents being able to engage with each other and learn from each other. There were a lot of new presidents, and what they realized is it's like, wow, there's some things that we need to learn from some of our more senior presidents. And then the executive officers, they have their networking calls as well. And then Phil, as the CEO, as David, his predecessor, had operational calls. And the EOs, they talk about things like some of the things that are going on with the daily operations. And the presidents tend to focus on some of the challenges they're having from within their work situation and also on a governance and like a policy level. So those are really good as well. So there are a lot of resources on our website. And go on our website, look around and see how you can get engaged with us. But I will say, sign up, make sure you're receiving those publications, our newsletters. Also, I would say join the Knowledge Network. You're not obligated to be on those calls, but they're very informative and you meet other people. And you know, we do work virtually. So if you don't come up face to face in meetings, you will connect with other people and you'll say, by the way, I want to talk to someone over in New Jersey. And always feel free to reach out to me. If you have a particular question, I am happy to and am able to connect you with one of the staff members within our office who can help you, as well as another board member from another nursing regulatory body who I can connect you with. Even in kind of like a mentor, we have a mentor program with the executive officer group. But as a board member, I recently connected a couple months ago, a board member with another board member who had some challenges with board members and wanted to connect with a more seasoned person. So that's an opportunity as well. You know, Rachel's here for you, and she can always reach out to me if she needs anything. So I'm going to stop for a minute and see if you have any questions or if you have an interest in seeing something, even if you don't know we offer it. I can answer that if you would like to see that offered. Anything?
Board members?
Hi, Joni.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Does the National Council provide any type of regulatory training for especially new board members?
He's going to be talking about the courses a little bit. He has the ICRS. I'm going to leave that to him. And he's going to cover that. I think it's going to answer your question. If it doesn't, he can still answer. But I will say under oops, oh, should I still talk?
You might.
Hello. Okay. I will mention one course, which Jim answered your question. The NCSBN 101 course. It's a 4-part course. And if you want to know the history of the organization from its inception to where we are now, it's a great course. And you can go in and out of the ICRS platform and take that course. There's CEs for those of you who want to have CEs if you complete the course, or if you just want to go in for general information. It's very informative. If you have a curiosity and maybe are not as knowledgeable about the history of the organization, it's great. It's NCSBN 101. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
No?
so I was holding it for so long, it got stuck. So this is officially the hot mic of the room.
I did.
And I'm fine. I think I got it right.
Carpal tunnel. Yeah.
We got it stuck.
Okay. So John, he's going to talk a little bit more about that. Are there any other questions?
Yes. You asked for suggestions, I think, or areas of interest. So when I finally got my login for the Journal of Nursing Regulation, I harassed Brandy and realized I actually already had the login, but I was so excited, printed out a bunch of articles, really good stuff there. I'm so appreciative that you all support that kind of research for the work that we're doing so that we're informed with what we do. We were talking earlier about fiscal issues. And one area I think in America we often don't talk about sort of cost benefit related to healthcare. And one thing that could help inform us in decision making is what the cost benefit analysis is with particularly substance use monitoring. And that's a lot of the research really says what drives more success, but it doesn't really break down, well, what's the trade-off of the costs? And that's both for the boards of nursing as well as the licensees. Particularly licensees with substance use monitoring have exorbitant expenses, $8,000, $10,000 to complete, a 3-year substance use. So I'd like to see more research if that's something down the line, or maybe that already exists and I just couldn't find it.
Well, and we know within our division, we do have research, we can certainly take that back. Very good, thank you. Anybody else?
So for the committees, two-part
Yeah.
is they must be all listed out. Obviously, we're all in different areas, so can you give me a rough idea of what that would look like as far as they're virtually, as much as I'd like to go back to Chicago? But they're virtually, I'm assuming,
They-
and
Yeah,
and then like timing wise, because obviously all members are throughout the United States.
Right. Well, we've transitioned to have a more in-person if possible, but we do have virtual access if that's your preference, or if that's the only way you can participate. We're not going to exclude anybody because of that. People like to come to Chicago, just like you said. So those who can do come, but if you can't, it's virtual. Most committees meet about on the average of 3 times a year. And each meeting's about 2 days. They usually end shortly after lunch, around lunchtime the second day. So you come in the night before, have the first full day, and you can usually leave the second day. And for the NIR, that's most committees. And for the influx items use subcommittee, you commit to 2 meetings a year because they usually have a larger roster because they bring in a rotation of different people. So if you're thinking about 3 times a year tops, usually that's it for a day and a half in person. And if you can't do, maybe you do 1 or 2 and the other one has to be virtual, that could be supported as well. And what they do is they send out, when you're appointed to a committee, the board does the appointments in July. So we do the appointments before annual meeting of office. And after August, so between July and annual meeting, staff may reach out to you, get ramped up for starting in September, October. The people who are terming off from the previous year, right after annual meeting, they're off the committee. But they find dates that work for everybody. So if it's going to be on site, if it works for you to come on site, they find a date. If you're going to be virtual, again, that's supported as well. So the commitment, that's kind of a commitment throughout the year. And the committee year runs from, sometimes they start in September, a little before the beginning of the fiscal year, again, which is October 1st. And it goes through until like March or April, because the committee wraps up and does a reports to the board at the May board meeting every year. Oftentimes, some work needs to continue and the committee may meet once through a team's call in the summer. That's kind of the time. Does that help? Answer your question? All right, great.
Anybody else? Other questions or comments? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. You know who Rachel does. I look forward to staying in touch.
Yeah, just a quick public thank you. Funny story is when I first arrived, I was sharing earlier today offline, but Alicia Bird would keep coming up on my landline in my office and then emails. And I'm like, who is this person? I'm so busy. I can't focus on it. And then you were just like an angel, because when I finally connected with you, you were the person that was able to connect me with anyone that was needed. So, and then a familiar face when I would come and knew not a single person. So if I was to give a recommendation to anyone that's new, it's don't ignore your calls at first. Be like, who's this lady calling me nonstop? So thank you.
I'll get back with you, but she
Busy.
always said that she did. And then I met her last August for the first time, and we had a big celebration.
And I caused a little trouble.
No, it was fun. Well, you know, a difference in year rates,
Mhm.
it's flown by so fast.
Yeah, and I look forward with the, new board and myself being so new, getting more involved now, once we get a good year under us. So expect us to engage.
And I also, one last part is, when you hear from us, and get email or from me, Jim, this year, looking at say, what would you like, what do you think about this? Give it some thought if you don't have anything right now, and respond and let us know if you want to hear from you. Thank you so much for your time.
And Jim, I won't, you won't, no one has to hold the bill for you because I broke it.
Just remember there's a hot one. I don't need to see it.
Oh, I got folks leaving already and I hadn't even started yet. Usually it takes a few more minutes into the presentation before people begin walking out. Good morning. My name is Jim Cleghorn, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director for Member Engagement and Government Affairs at NCSBN. It was a pleasure to meet so many of you yesterday and get to talk with you. I recognize a few faces over here, Barbara and Gretchen, so it's nice to have the opportunity to see you again. Prior to coming on staff at NCSBN, I served as the Executive Director for the Georgia Board of Nursing for a little over 10 years. And during that time, got to serve on the NCSBN Board of Directors, got to be involved in committees, and now got to jump over on the staff side. So I really have had the best of both worlds, getting to experience the assistance and the resources that NCSBN provides that Alicia was just telling you about. Like Rachel, when I started as a new EO in 2010, I was getting phone calls and emails from Alicia, and I really kind of felt the same way you did. What in the world has this woman called me for? I've got too much going on. And then I very quickly realized that Alicia and NCSBN were going to be my lifeline. And that was going to be the one that could connect me with, I can call and say, hey, I've got a question about discipline, or I've got a question about how to do this with a board, or alternative discipline, whatever the issue was. And Alicia would either know who to connect me, or it would either know the answer, or she'd say, hey, I can get you in touch with so-and-so. And so it was just a great, great situation. So Alicia got to tell you about all the fun stuff. When we met with Rachel a few weeks ago to determine how we could best serve you during our time here, she asked us to talk about a few additional topics. And so I got those. So I think the presentation's loaded, right? So the first item was Operation Nightingale. And I believe that you've got a number of new board members, so maybe you haven't had the opportunity to dive into Operation Nightingale as much as some others. It's just the gift that keeps on giving. So just at a very high level, Operation Nightingale was the name given by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It was a multi-agency investigation into fraudulent nursing education programs. Primarily based out of Florida. Warrants were served in Florida, Delaware, New Jersey, New York, and Texas, I believe. It ended up uncovering a list of initial programs. Subsequently, additional subpoenas have gone out, additional affidavits have gone out, and I believe that you will continue to see the number of those programs increasing for some time. But what I want to tell you maybe we'll tell you. Did I hit the right button, Rachel? Brandon? That's okay. Wait, hey, can we go to the next one? Yeah. Well, I'll push the button and you push it over there. We'll make it work. There we go. So as soon as Operation Nightingale came out, NCSBN jumped into action and said, hey, what can we do? And so the first thing was to arrange meetings between the Office of Inspector General at HHS and the FBI with the nursing regulatory boards. So we facilitated that communication. We were able to set that up. In fact, next week, we have an executive officer summit in Utah where the executive officers from all the boards will be able to come to convene together. And as part of that agenda, Alicia has invited the representatives from the FBI and from the OIG to come and present an update to the board so that they can hear the current status of the investigation. The EOs will also have the opportunity to meet with the FBI individually. So if you've got case jurisdictional specific questions that may not necessarily be appropriate for the full group, you'll be able to ask those offline. We created notifications within nurses. So I'm assuming you all have some working knowledge of nurses. It's got the public side, nurses.com, that anyone can use to verify a license information. But the nurses.org, the side that Philip's team probably uses, is they're verifying licenses going through the endorsement process. Within that, anyone that was associated with Operation Nightingale that was identified through the FBI affidavits, notifications were attached to those records. So if they attempted to go from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, you would know about it. So it's just an opportunity for us to try to close some of the gaps in the public protection process so that you would immediately be aware of someone, not saying that they were convicted. It just says that they were identified as being associated with one of those fraudulent programs, and then you have the chance to look for it. We also initiated a watch list with Pearson VUE. So anyone that had been, Pearson VUE administers the NCLEX. So anyone that had been identified through that FBI investigation as being associated with the fraudulent schools, maybe they weren't licensed yet. So we went ahead and put blocks on their, or put a watch with Pearson VUE so that you would be notified if they tried to register. Just another way to give you a heads up, hey, somebody's trying to get through the system, and give you a chance to say no, that, they need to hold off. Can we go to the next one, please, Brandon? And then, as part of the investigation, the FBI seized a ton of records from all these different programs. Well, it was all taken back to an FBI records facility in Miramar, Florida. The FBI told the boards of nursing, we really don't have the resources to compile these investigative files. If you need something, you're going to have to go to Miramar, get the records, scan the records there. They couldn't leave the facility, and then take them back to your jurisdiction. Well, as much as I think many of you would enjoy a trip to South Florida, it was a little bit difficult. We had, I know 2 states that actually attempted to make it work, and it just, the way the records were housed, it was just very onerous to do that. So NCSBN stepped in. We coordinated with the FBI and said, hey, what if we hire a vendor to come in, scan all the records, index them. We'll create a search feature, put it on a secure site. We'll cover the cost of it and then make it available. And so the FBI said, absolutely, we can make that work. The vendor that did it, they expressed some, I think, some intrigue with the process because they were searched on the way in. They were monitored when they went to the restroom. They came back out. They were searched before they left. It was a very interesting process. I would have liked to have gone down there just to see how it went. I think they didn't really know what they were getting into as they started scanning this, but all of that information was then uploaded to our database. And as members, your executive officer, your DOJ team, your licensing staff, they have access to it. So if you have a case with a licensee, whatever, and you need the records and there is something responsive to that, you can have access to that. We also have the affidavits, chain of custody affidavits that explain how all that information was collected, how it was passed on. So that was just another way that we responded to it. Ongoing, what we're doing, because again, I told you, it's not something that seems to be wrapping up anytime soon. So each jurisdiction certainly is handling the cases according to the laws and rules and policies in that state. Some states had more than others. Probably the largest state, the largest volumes were Florida, Texas, and New York. Those were the gigantic size of cases. But so they're working through those. Some states were allowed to revoke the license or rescind the license. Other states have had to go through different processes, but each state is handling that according to the laws in their state. We have continued to facilitate conversations between the members, between the staff, between the FBI, the National Practitioner Data Bank, on how to upload information to ensure that it's reported correctly. We provide regular opportunities for the boards of nursing, for the staff to ask questions, both with people on our staff, with the FBI. In fact, Alicia referenced some of the knowledge networks. We had a discipline knowledge network call just last Thursday, and there was some discussion. So we try to make sure that we're available and that we can connect you with anyone that has questions on how to work through it. And then we continue to provide information on how the cases should be reported. If you've got questions on how to upload the documents, or if there's a special notification that needs to be placed in nurses, we're working with Texas on some of that now. We're there to serve as a resource any way we can. And finally, nurses is going to be the biggest assistance in that with the notifications that are placed in there that without nurses, I think it'd be very difficult for the boards to be able to respond to this issue appropriately. But having that, having those notifications placed and ensuring that you can track them as there's any attempt to move from jurisdiction to jurisdiction is essential to the public protection piece. So before we go on to the next, you can go ahead and click over. But before we go on to the next topic, any questions about Operation Nightingale?
I had a curiosity question. Did anyone look at how many people were like LPNs who thought they were getting into a real bridge program where they were being told that your clinicals is part of what you're already doing? And that's just sheer curiosity for myself.
I don't know that that specific question was asked. You know, so the investigation, as I understand it, was really targeted at the programs. And the programs had been approved to offer either an LPN program, no distance education, or an RM program with no distance education approved by the Florida Board of Nursing. And so they were all venturing outside of what had been approved by the Florida Board of Nursing. So I don't know that anyone really asked that specific question. You'll see, if you read the transcript from some of the cases, you'll see it was essentially a pyramid scheme. You had an individual that owned a school, a for-profit school, and realized, and it was an approved program. So at some point in time, it had been a legitimate, maybe questionable quality, but a legitimate program. But then they figured out they could make more money doing this other business on the side. And so they were going out into the communities, going out into churches, reaching out to immigrant communities, individuals that perhaps had failed out of other programs, foreign educated individuals that had not obtained licensure in the U.S., but preying on these communities and then trying to get them in. Well, then when you get so many over here, then they buy another school, or they would obtain another recruiter. And so then you had another triangle starting to, or another pyramid burgeoning out from that. They were going into other states and recruiting. It was quite a scheme led by these individuals. And so I would encourage you, if you have the opportunity, to read the transcript from Joanna Napoleon. She was one of the initial ones that was convicted, and it's very informative as you read through that transcript and how it unfolded for her and her programs.
Other board members?
I have two thoughts. I like the idea with the do not fly list. Do you call it the do not license list for?
We don't, because licensure is up to the individual board. So we put the notification on there that they were associated, and I don't have the exact wording, but they've been identified as being associated with a program associated with Operation Nightingale, the FBI investigation. But then it's up to the board to look at it. And you'll find that there are some individuals who have the notification who may have explored an opportunity with one of these fraudulent programs. Maybe they had a legitimate LPN license. And they looked at it, and so they got their name is associated with some of the FBI records, but they never obtained fraudulent education, or they obtained it but never tried to use it for licensure. So there are some individuals that maybe fall into a different bucket. Just because they had that notification doesn't necessarily mean that they shouldn't be allowed to continue to practice. So we leave that up to you to examine. We're happy to help obtain additional information or identify some of the markers, but the licensure decision is left up to the individual board.
And we were talking yesterday, just a few of us, in regards to, we thought that it would go lesser in years to come with Operation Nightingale. But as you think about it, scammers become that much more productive. It's sad to say that positive for that, but I can see where this then does open up that it's not going to trickle down to stop. It seems that people become smarter how to use a system. Correct?
Potentially, I will tell you that the number of programs that we're seeing, it's fewer. than what we did initially. So it has, as to how to predict the future, my crystal ball's in the shop. And so I don't know that I can give you an exact answer on that. I do know that the boards of nursing are working together. NCSBN is collaborating with different entities to see how we can put guardrails in place so that it doesn't happen in the future. And so we'll continue to explore what we can do to make sure that education programs are legitimate and are turning out qualified individuals.
Joni, do you have a question?
Just kind of curious as, like, the nurses themselves, I mean, do they know they're getting into a bad program? I mean, would you ever go through the whole thing and be oblivious?
So I don't know that I can speak to each individual case. I will tell you that looking at what I've seen, and when you read that transcript, it's hard to believe that any reasonable minded individual would think that it was a legitimate program. Having said that, the executive director from another state was talking to me about a case that they had in that jurisdiction. The individual in question had an existing master's degree from a state university, so was familiar with the education process, knew what education looked like, was married to a physician who had a U.S. trained physician. So I mean, had been associated with the education process in the United States, and she got caught up in one of these programs. And the executive director said, Jim, I believe her. She was duped. She really had no idea. Again, I kind of sit back in my chair and scratch my head thinking, how did you know? I mean, how did you think that going to a nursing home that was, for some of them, that was the extent of their clinical experience, was a nursing home. How did you think that you were going to get OB or peds in the nursing home? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, but I certainly, I don't know, perhaps to some of them at the moment that they became involved, and then others, I think it was pretty clear. They knew what they were getting into.
I think the other thing I'm curious about as well is if much of this education was fraudulent or not up to standard, how is it that folks are passing the NCLEX?
So that's a very good question. And I believe if you look at the individuals, you'll see they all had prior healthcare experience. The ones that have made it through. So, and that's another point to note, that while there were this many people associated with Operation Nightingale, only this many got through the system. They were LPNs, they were foreign educated nurses. Some of them were foreign educated physicians so they had some knowledge, some healthcare knowledge that could be used to help them. And then some of the programs basically were NCLEX prep programs. So while they didn't offer clinical experiences, they were not actively teaching them. They were trying to teach them how to pass the exam.
Other board members, any questions or comments before we continue?
I just had a comment. I can totally see how it could be deliverable. 100%. I moved to this country from another country, and I wouldn't know what the requirement is because I trust that the school knows, and all I need to do is pay and go to school. And I trust them. So if all I had to do was go to a nursing home, I believe that I don't know that I'm supposed to not do something else or go to peds. Or I don't know. I didn't like L&D, so I would have been happy. Just being all, but it's so much easier for immigrants to fall for that because they trust that the American system knows what they're doing. And that is checks and balances.
Yep, that's a good point.
Mr. Board President, I have a question.
Absolutely. Don't forget your button.
This might be an Office of Inspector General question, but are there estimates on the total number of dollars drawn in or accumulated by these fraudulent programs? And did part of that go through financial aid? Just curious.
I am unaware of that side of it. We have not been involved in any of the financial piece just because it didn't there were no implications for the regulatory structure.
All right, we'll keep on going to make sure we stay on schedule.
Absolutely. So the next item was related to alternative to discipline programs. And I had the opportunity to see Rachel and Marcus last month at the National Organization for Alternative Discipline Programs. I had been invited to speak there. And I understand that y'all are in the process of restructuring. Is that the right word?
Engaging
Re-engaging.
and improving.
So when you get to the point that you're interested in more information, we do have a number of resources that were published in the 2020 Journal of Nursing Regulation. One is about the components of substance use disorder monitoring programs, and then the outcomes. And then we're currently involved in a longitudinal study that's examining the guidelines for monitoring substance use disorder in nurses. So Richard Smiley, one of our research team members, they've been looking at cases. They've got a number of jurisdictions that have signed up as participants in the study, looking to see, how many check-ins, what the length of time, the most appropriate length of time for monitoring, all the details that go into running a successful substance use monitoring program. They're exploring that. I believe it's a 5-year study. And so we're currently in the middle of that, but certainly it would be an opportunity for you to engage with the research team, potentially ask for additional information. And then I would encourage you to look at the 2 articles from the July 2020. As Alicia mentioned, you have access to that through your Passport account, all the issues of the Journal of Nursing Regulation. And I believe that information would be helpful to you. We have other resources for alternative to discipline programs on the members only side of the website. If you go to the nursing regulation tab and then click on the discipline tab, there's a specific link for alternative to discipline programs. We can also connect you with other jurisdictions. I know Rachel has reached out to some of her colleagues and has been able to get good information on a variety of regulatory topics. But we can certainly connect you as part of the resource fund. If it's helpful to bring representatives from another program here or to send representatives from Oregon there, we can certainly facilitate that as well to make sure that you have the best possible information as you're restructuring and re-engaging with this program. I'll tell you, did Victoria Priola come?
Victoria Priola and I have met, and she will be coming to the board in a few months.
So one of the things that NCSBN has been looking at is reimagining discipline. So licensure or regulation of nursing has been in existence since the early 1900s. I think the first board was maybe 1903. And in that 121-year period, licensure has changed. We have the compacts. We've changed some of the way that we do things. Exams have changed. Certainly, nursing education has evolved over that time period. But the discipline process, if you go back and look through the minutes of the boards, it's essentially the same process that's been used for the last century and a quarter. And so we've been looking at is what we're doing making a difference? Are the sanctions that we're imposing, is it just checking a box that saying that the board did something, or is it actually helping correct the behavior of the licensee? And so that's one of the new initiatives that the Nursing Regulation Department at NCSBN has been looking at, which ties into the alternative to discipline programs, how to best support these nurses as they're seeking treatment and getting them back into practice. Certainly, we hear about the nursing workforce shortage, and ensuring that our existing workforce is safe, healthy, and able to practice is going to be, key to making sure that we've got enough nurses to provide support to the population. Any questions on the alternative discipline?
Jim, I will add, the thing that the board has heard from Victoria Priola is her statement, Nurse Wellness is Public Protection, on the stage at National Council, and I came back and kind of got an overwhelming support that our board really supports that sentiment.
Wonderful. I hope you have the opportunity to have some engagement with Dr. Priola. She has been absolutely amazing. I've had the opportunity to work with her now for a little over probably about 2 years, and learn something every time I go in. To be very honest, it's been a bit of a mind shift for me, because I don't know that as a regulator, I'm not sure that my board necessarily. I don't know that we necessarily thought about the health of the nurse as being part of the public safety. We were always focused on the public, and I think it's probably twofold. The board is able to do both, and so I think you'll find the information from Dr. Hill would be very helpful. The last thing that I've got for you is the International Center for Regulatory Scholarship. So I think Joni had asked what offerings we had for new board members or new staff members that are coming online with your agency. And so we offer a number of things. It's working. Imagine that. Hey, no, it's a miracle. Let's go with it. We have a number of items through the ICRS program. So there are foundation level courses. Those are asynchronous courses. They're typically 1 to 2 hours. You can go online. You can take them at any point in time. And I'll give you some examples of those. We have certificate level courses. Those are instructor-led courses. They're 8 weeks long. You can typically anticipate 2 to 3 hours a week. The certificate level courses eventually lead to, once you've taken 6 courses, you've got 6 credits, then you get to participate in the Advanced Leadership Institute in Washington, D.C. It's offered every other year. Right now we just did one in April, so the next one would be in April of 26. There's a big graduation program. You're awarded a certificate from ICRS. And then the final option is the continuing education courses. So all of our educational offerings have been lumped into ICRS now. So perhaps if you use certain courses for remediation for some of your disciplinary actions, those are all covered under ICRS now. We have 3 main pathways through ICRS. There's a governance and public policy, governance and leadership pathway, the public policy and legislation, and then research and measurement. So many of the certificate courses fall into those different pathways. You don't have to stay in a particular pathway. If you start in the governance and leadership, but there's a research course that you find interesting, you're welcome to jump over and get that. There's no problem with that whatsoever. But it does offer those various tracks for you. And again, I mentioned that the certificate courses lead to the Advanced Leadership Institute. It is just an absolutely incredible event, a 2-day conference with a formal graduation ceremony at the end. Your family is invited to attend. This year, we had some of the speakers were the chief nursing officers from Ireland, Canada, and the U.S. Public Health Service, members of Congress. We've had representatives from the White House come and speak, but it's all about developing that leadership and preparing you to chart your course, where you're wanting to go. And so I laid out a couple of things that we had talked with Rachel. If you're a new board member and you're or a new staff member and you're interested in some of the foundations courses, maybe you don't know that you're quite ready to jump in to an 8-week course. The chart on the left-hand side of the screen, Alicia mentioned NCSBN 101 for members. That's a great overview of NCSBN, how it works, some of the resources that we have to offer. Principles of Nursing Board Governance, former executive director from Area 1, as a matter of fact, wrote that course and put it together. It gives an overview of the general role, powers, duties of the nursing board. The role of the regulatory board member, that was actually one of my courses, and explores the role of the board member, what your lane is, what you're supposed to do. And again, it's in a general sense, because we understand that there's going to be differences, distinctions from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Introduction to disciplinary investigations. You've got somebody new that wants to really understand what that process looks like. That's a great option. And then parliamentary procedure for nursing regulators. If you just want to understand how the business side of it should go, that's a great one. If you've got a little bit more time and you're willing to engage a little bit deeper, the certificate levels, the leadership journey of a nursing regulator, introduction to administrative law. I tell you, 14 years ago, as a new EO, I would have cut my left foot off for a course in administrative law. It just wasn't something that was intuitive to me. Perhaps it came more natural to you, Ella. It wasn't the first thing for me I just didn't know it. And actually, one of my former attorneys from the Georgia Board of Nursing is teaching that course. So it's not just someone with a theoretical knowledge. She's actually been the attorney for a Board of Nursing and is teaching that. High-performing teams, Dr. Kathy Scott out of Arizona leads that course. Introduction to public policy. It's faculty from the George Washington University. And then how to write reasons. If you're writing rationale, reasons for your regulatory decisions, writing reasons for legislative decisions, it's another great opportunity for you to get support on how to write those and how to convince your audience how to convey your message. The last thing I had was about the environmental scan. You talked about having access to the Journal of Nursing Regulation. I know y'all have had some questions maybe about education, faculty. The 2024 environmental scan, it's kind of the state of the union, if you will, for nursing regulation. It gives you information about nursing workforce, nursing education, technology, healthcare delivery, policy and legislation, and gives it across the country so that you can see what's happening in other areas of the country. For us, when we used to get the scan at the beginning of the year, we would look at it as our board and say, okay, here's some things that we know that we've got to focus on. Here's some information, how it's being handled in other jurisdictions. Everything that comes out of the scan, it's all peer-reviewed studies. It's all cited and referenced. So if there's something in there that you think, oh, I need more information, it's easy to find it. Certainly, if you have other questions, we can engage with you and help you with that. As a wrap up, I just thank you for your time. I was a little concerned. A couple of you mentioned my accent last night at supper, so I got back to the room and tried to practice. And don't draw out anything. Make sure we speak plainly and clearly. But
We welcome all accents in this room.
I
We
appreciate
do.
that y'all are open. It has been a pleasure to get to meet you. I can't say enough good things about your staff and Rachel over the last year, getting to know her and getting to engage. Most of all, if there's anything that we can do, we want to be your lifeline. That's Alicia and I. It's our goal to connect you, to be able to be a resource for you, to help you in anything that you need to ensure that you can fulfill your public mandate of public protection. So thank you again.
I want to thank you guys for coming all the way over here to see us. It's been great, and we will probably be hitting you guys up on the HPSP stuff and alternative discipline programs as we move forward in that route. Do any other board members have any questions?
Can I quickly ask, and not to put anybody on the spot, but I had come back from one of the conferences and really worked to map out a new member orientation and shared some of this information. For those of you that have started that process, once you're in it, is it going okay? Good. Okay.
Yeah,
Because giving
the-
feedback will be helpful as we move forward.
The couple of courses I've done on the education stuff have been really thorough and straightforward. Make it easy to understand the process.
And then I'll follow up probably, we do use a lot of the education in our discipline side. And I have had some trouble finding public courses just for public. So I'll follow up on that. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna jump back to approve the consent agenda because I skipped it for some reason. Are there any changes or modifications to the consent agenda? This was page 9, 10, and 12 in our packet. Anybody have any changes? Alright. You want me to do the motion for this, I guess? I move that the consent agenda be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, recusals or abstentions? Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to approval of the board meeting minutes. Man, I skipped a bunch this morning. Were there any changes to the April 17th and 18th board meeting minutes or the May 15th board meeting minutes? No? Can I do just one motion for those? Do I have to do them separately? No, have to do them individually, okay. I'll just do them separately to make sure. I make a motion that the April 17th and 18th board meeting minutes be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, recusals or abstentions, hearing none, motion carries. And then I make a motion that the May 15th meeting minutes be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, recusals or abstentions, motion carries. Okay, I gotta stop, cut back up. And it is break time. We'll be back at 10:45. Back. I would like to welcome, for those of you who haven't met him yet, Philip Fox, our new licensing manager. So I will let you start off.
Board President, members of the board, thank you for having me. Like you said, my name is Philip Fox. I'm the new licensing manager for the Oregon State Board of Nursing. Just some updates for the licensing department. The Oregon State Board of Nursing's contact center hired our first official public service representative to staff the call center. She was hired on May 6th, 2024. Following initial orientation, is now staffing our contact center full time. She is on her own on the phones every single day now and doing a great job. She brings years of experience in customer service and has been a valuable addition to our licensing. We are currently recruiting for a second ESR4 for the contact center. The position has closed now, and so we are moving on to actually scheduling interviews, so that's coming up too. And then the third update for new staff is me. I've joined as of May 20th. I'm really excited to be here. This is my 4th week here, and it's been very exciting. It's a great, motivated group of people to work with, and looking forward to more of that. I'm closing in on my 9th year working for the state of Oregon, and all of which being in regulatory agencies. So I'm excited to keep doing that work. It's okay. So in the memorandum in front of you, we have the licensing updates for licenses issued for the last 2 states. As you can see, we're trending down for all license types except for LPNs from April to May. I believe part of that might be because we were starting to catch up on our processing times for licensing. So hopefully that's a good thing. I'll be able to present more on that in the future as I kind of get my feet under me and see those sets month to month. The contact center updates, April to May, you can see that our average wait time is trending down. Part of that is due to our new ESR4 joining our team. I wanted to say her name too, Rita Bond. She's been fantastic. On Monday this week, we actually had our busiest day that we've ever had at the contact center. And the average wait time on that day was, I think, right around 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So we're still trending down. Oh, and I've stuck the button again so I can let go. We've also implemented a new system that announces the caller's place in the queue, kind of giving them an idea of when they will actually speak to one of our representatives. Additionally to that, there is a feature for them to request a callback. So, yeah, exactly. So as the call center gets busy, they can elect to do a callback. And so once the phones go down for the day, our staff then reaches out to them that same day or the next morning to get in touch with that individual. And that's all I have.
Awesome. I have to say, I appreciate getting the call center stuff up and running. We've heard from so many people since COVID happened about trying to get through, get in touch, and just looking at the number of calls, thousands a day. That's or a month. That's impressive.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to the additional staff. They're going to be vital in our customer service going forward.
Awesome. Any other board members? I want to thank you for all the hard work you've already put in 4 weeks, because I know there's been a lot of changes and a lot of data to catch up on over the last few years. Else has any questions, we'll move on to policy analyst Barbara Jew.
Morning, Mr. President and members of the board. My first agenda item for you this morning is a memo on page 37 in your packet. This is a request for final adoption of this rule, which is in response to House Bill 227 to issue a limited certificate to a nursing assistant authorizing another state or U.S. jurisdiction during a governor declared emergency. So this is a OAR 851 Division 62-0061. A public hearing was held on May 21st with no written or oral testimony.
Board members, any questions? No, I think we're ready for a motion on that one.
Mr. President, members of the board, I make a motion that the board approves OAR 851-062-0061 as presented as permanent rules.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
So the next item, Mr. President, members of the board, is starting on page 40 in your packet. During the April public meeting, the board approved proposed revisions to Division 63 and consolidation of CNA 1 and CNA 2 to move to public hearing, which was held on May 21st with about 54 in attendance, including board staff. 3 attendees provided oral testimony in support of consolidation during the hearing. We received 2 written testimonies in opposition and 9 written testimonies in favor were received by the published deadline. And you received the copies of the letters, testimonies, as well as the recording evidence. Questions, comments?
One comment I had, which just recently came up, was if we could potentially add to the additional duties, the ability for CNAs to transcribe non-medication orders into a system. It came up because I've actually been injured and have been out of work, and I'm working in a back office. But additionally, in a community-based setting, CNAs would be able to, in that setting, do that function. I was just asking if the board would consider adding that to the additional duties for employers throughout the state if they decide they want their CNAs to do that. My thought was in a rural setting may utilize that function, but it just came up since I got injured and was being asked to do that, so I figured I'd bring it here.
Mr. President, members of the board, may I just add one point of clarification on that for the community-based care setting? In CBC setting, a CNA, an RN may delegate that to a CNA as in unregulated setting. Just because of the setting in which where there may not be RNs or licensed nurse as available as it is in the other care setting. So, and that's why that they can during that setting.
Mr. President, for clarification and policy analyst Barberju, will this be completely new? Will this be a completely new
Be a new.
And Mr. President, members of the board and Barberju, policy analyst, I think this is a great topic for discussion. And I wonder if that's already happening in the sense of you can be assigned to it. And I wonder if we do discuss adding this on, if that then means we have to bring it to the wider public and then back. And so if that happens, I think that should be part of the discussion, that it will change the timeline on this slightly, and that might not be something that you want to do, but could come back for discussion. So I would just include that in the discussion as you're having it, the topic, but then also, is it a now or a future?
And I didn't mean to add it now. I'm fine with future. I was just throwing it out there since it came up.
Question for you, Mr. President. Where are you proposing that would be?
My propose, it would be, the additional authorized duties that an employer would be able to, I don't remember what the new division is.
Mr. President, members of the board, that would be what you're suggesting is in section 0035, where we have the additional authorized duties listed. So potentially, I think Mr. President is proposing for the board discussion and consideration to be added if you look in your clean copy of the packet, it would be on page 45. Somewhere in that section.
The bottom of 44 and 45. It's the one that says the CNA may add duties listed below after they meet the criteria established. And that they've been validated. And again, it doesn't have to be a now thing if it needs to go to the rack or for discussion. I don't want to hold up the process of consolidation over that. It had just come up, so we were here. I figured I'd bring it up.
Yeah, and I guess for me, one of the things that will be helpful is understanding, I guess, it can happen already. So how does this help and how does it improve it? And open for future discussions on that. And then come back. Yeah.
I do have a question about section 3B on page 42. It talks about according to each client's preferences and the individual plan of care plan. And is that a Scribner's error? Section 3, item B.
Individual plan of care. Extra. Yes. Well, remove. If that's.
And I have to admit, I actually had found one in the last one too that I forgot to bring up on page 38.
On the last one.
Page 38, 61, section 3, continuing to work in Oregon. Oh, and okay, last line of section 3, without a valid certification and is subject to board action. The 2 was missing.
Mr. President, is that something the board already voted on? So you need
I
to
messed
redo
up.
the vote then.
Okay,
If you want to make this modification, you'll need to take a second vote on it.
okay, my apologies. I realized after we did the vote that I'd forgotten to call it out.
So it's in section 2. I'm sorry, I missed the.
Okay, so 61, and then the third area there, non-renewable limited certification. The last line of that section 3, without a valid certification and is subject to board action. And that, my apologies on that.
Want to do a quick motion on the last one, and we'll revote on the adding the 2 to it.
Can we take a question from a board member that's virtual? I promised her I would advocate for her presence today.
Absolutely.
So sorry, this is just another editorial thing on the one that
Can't hear
we're
you.
talking about right.
We can't hear you, board member. Voter, sorry.
No, still can't hear me. Okay.
We'll come back to you. I don't know how that works for public meeting laws, but I will find out.
Let's redo the vote for the first one, and then hopefully we can get her audio working and keep going on the current one.
Mr. President, members of the board approves OAR 851-062-0061 as modified as permanent rules, and that section to modify is sub 3, the last sentence, adding subject.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstention? Motion carries. Back to the CNA stuff. While we wait for our audio to get fixed, do any other board members have any comments while we wait to get to our virtual board member?
I just wanted to clarify your question earlier, Mr. President. Were you asking the CNA, like in the future, be considered to transcribe prescriptions? Okay.
I
so
don't
those are
think
questions.
CNA should transcribe prescriptions. I was thinking the doctor wants an X-ray put in, wants a CBC put in, and then they've written it. It just needs to be inputted or transcribed.
So the CNA will place the order in the computer system. I just don't feel good about that at all.
Which this could be something that can be sent to the RAC for a future discussion. It doesn't need to happen now. It just happened recently, so I brought it so that we can talk about it later.
Well, and it may be something that is happening at time to time, but
Right.
I don't know, but it should be, discussed, not,
Plus, we can make that a agenda item in the future for more discussion.
Yeah,
I think the transcription can be, we need to look at both paper transcription versus and the electronic transcription into entering into an electronic medical record.
absolutely. Has you tried closing out and rejoining? Oh. Hey,
Can you hear me now? No? Okay.
We were just discussing verbal orders, which obviously that falls into that as well. Obviously with the RN and the delegation of this, that's the first piece. The second piece is what your checks and balances are, as I was discussing. So each place might have, is it a double check? Is it a triple check? Where you would feel comfortable in something of that process to happen.
right, and I think that'd be part of the additional duties section where if employers did choose to go that route, they would have to create a policy and a plan and have their educator, whoever's doing their validation for that task, would have to have all that put in place. It's just CNAs are the one thing, if it's not specifically listed, you're not supposed to do it. So,
Mr. President, members of the board, can we just pause briefly to
Absolutely.
test our system? Everyone on YouTube can hear those virtually and in our teams, except for us. So we're just going to pause for a minute
Okay.
and check our speaker system. Thank you.
perfect.
Claire, can you
Claire.
try speaking again?
Yeah? Okay. Can you hear me? No?
Yes, we can
I'm
hear.
typing it. Okay.
we can hear
I
you.
was wonderful. I was gonna type it into the chat. So just on page 43 CC, It says, oh no, I have to go find it. It says something about visually compromised skin. Let's see. For clients with no visually compromised skin, is it supposed to be or compromised circulation?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, that was the only little editorial thing that I saw that I had a question about. Thank you.
I'm glad we got the sound working. Also, thank you for zooming in. I think you're on vacation, if I heard correctly. So thanks for taking the time to join us. Other board members, any comment or question on this one? So I think if we can move my question to a later time at another board meeting or appropriate place, let's move with our motion on consolidation.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the board, I make a motion that board approves OAR 851063 as modified as permanent rules, and there are two typo corrections, and thank you very much.
And for the motion, can I just clarify? That's the entire division 63, just to make sure it's clear for the record. That's all of these rules. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
All right, I believe we're on to policy analyst Gretchen Cook.
Board members, this agenda item is for adoption of revisions to Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 851, Division 45. A public hearing on these rules was held on May 21st. There was no public testimony received on these rules prior to or during the hearing. As such, I would respectfully present a motion to be adopted as presented.
Board member, any discussion on this before we take the vote? All right,
I motion that the motion will be that the proposed changes.
I think I had a question.
Oh, I'm
'cause I
sorry.
just realized I highlighted on page 74. I'm gonna try and get my thoughts of what I was thinking. 74, 4-C-D. It says teaching a practice team member how to administer a regularly scheduled PRN non-injectable medication to a client.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember why I highlighted that.
Maybe because non-injectable is or is not highlighted. It's not hyphenated. It's not hyphenated in statute. So we. use
Okay,
the
that's
way it was
probably
written in
why.
statute.
Okay, thank you.
and then Claire has her hand up too.
So just one small editorial thing again, under purpose of standards and scope of practice. So page 71, sorry. Purpose and standards of scope and standards and scope of practice under item 2, there's just an extra period in there after nursing.
Yes, there is. Thank you.
Okay.
And then I have on page 107, so this is in the red line portion. It, says failing to respect the dignity and rights of client, inclusive of clients, and
Excuse me, can you please repeat the page number? I was still.
107. Okay.
That would be under 3K.
Yes. And it says, and dignity and rights of client. And everywhere else it says the client.
All the subsequent small letters, it says the client.
The-
This one.
Right. So we got rid of the S to make it singular, but then we didn't add the.
Thank you. No.
Any other board members on this one? All right, I think we're ready for a motion on this one.
Thank you. Mr. Board President, board members, that the proposed changes to OER 851045, rule number 0030, 0040, 0050, 0060, 0062, 0063, 0064, 0065, 0070, and 0090 be adopted as modified.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Was that a no?
I said aye, in
Oh.
case you're wondering.
Any opposed, recusals or abstention? Motion carries. I'd also like to thank our policy analysts because a few of these have been a long road and a lot of work put in and a lot of time. So I want to thank you all for all the work you've done, all the policy work that we're seeing today. And then I believe that moves us on to administrative rulemaking by policy analyst Blackhurst.
Good morning, Mr. President and members of the board. I'd like to direct you to page 114 of your packet where you will find a memo describing a temporary rule adoption of OAR 851-021-0045. So as noted in my memo, our current rule does not allow for the approval of a nursing program administrator by exception, such as the appointment of either a permanent or an interim administrator, unless they meet all the qualifications we outlined. When an administrator leaves a position for any reason, unless that program can identify a new administrator within 15 days, then they are out of compliance with our standards for approval. So when a program is out of compliance, that puts them on a path towards potentially needing a survey, identifying a deficiency, and when deficiencies are identified in nursing programs, the board may close programs. And so this path might be harmful to established nursing programs. It might be harmful to students and the communities served by these institutions. And so especially when we consider that very short time frame. And so this temporary rule language that you can find in your packet makes really minimal changes to the existing rule, but allows us to approve a new nurse administrator by exception. And the new nurse administrator would still need to follow sort of the process for exceptions that we already outlined for fact. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board members, any questions on one? Yes, Claire, and you're muted.
Thank you. I just had a question. So we're just voting on a 180-day change, and then when Division 21 comes up, we'll have a chance to really discuss this more.
Yes, because this is the temporary rule adoption for 180 days, and we are working on Division 21 rule language anyway. I'm working the draft next month, and so we're already planning on addressing some of this more permanently.
Thank you.
Any other board members have questions or comments? Sounds like we're ready for a motion.
Then I motion that the board approves OAR 851-021-0045 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries.
President, members of the board, since we've made such good time, I was hoping
I
I
was
could
actually about
suggest.
to ask
Great.
if we could move somebody
Yeah, Dr. Sarah Wickenhagen is ready to
All
take it
right.
from here.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, Director Prusak. I would like to first discuss AR5, which is on page 120 of your packets. This request is for permanent repeal of language from Division 51. A hearing was also conducted on May 21st, and written testimony that was received, and it's my understanding that there were numerous written testimonies received, but they were all in support of this repeal. If adopted, board staff is hoping to make this decision effective as soon as it is filed with the Secretary of State, as we would like to avoid completing fall placements for these education programs. The packet contains both track changes of the repealed language along with a clean copy of the existed language in 0060. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Board members, any questions or comments? I'm seeing head shake. I think we're ready for a motion.
Terrific. I would like to make a motion that the board approves the repeal of OAR 851-0060 as presented. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Mr. President, members of the board, I will now be moving to AR6 in your packet or page 124. This request is for permanent adoption of the SB 227 requirements. The language is currently existing in a temporary status and now will be made permanent if adopted today.
Board members, any question on this or comment? I think we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make a motion that the board approves OAR 851-031-0041 as presented. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Well, we're just fine through this. Do we have another one we can move up or?
We are, Mr. President, members of the board, I can go sooner than the end of the day. I'm sure you all love that because I just worry that there may be some guests that wanted to come for some of the bigger ones after lunch. So it might be best if I do because nobody else would
All right.
you'd care what I say. Okay.
We'll move on to Executive Director Prusek. You can stay there. You're good.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the board, I am here today to talk to you about a few exciting things. I think they're exciting. But the Oregon State Board of Nursing has a unique opportunity to join other state agencies in our DEIA efforts by embracing diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility at the agency. We can work to create an environment that's not only more vibrant and inclusive, but also more productive and fulfilling. I have said to the staff and now to you that there's a commitment that this isn't about virtue signaling, our action plans that are going to sit on a shelf, and that DEIA is not about compromising or lowering our standard of excellence and reducing expectations of our workforce. And on the contrary, it requires us to elevate our standards and practice to ensure we strategically afford all persons a fair and equitable opportunity for employment and advancement based on their knowledge, skills, and abilities. DEIA is a concept that is already deeply embedded in our organizational values. It's a concept and a commitment to raising our standards to enhance customer service and improve internal and public-facing interactions, perceptions, outreach, and engagement efforts. By doing this work well, we are not just meeting external expectations, but also aligning with our core values, reinforcing our commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, And this means leading by example in our offices and our communities and ensuring we embrace differences, uphold the rights of all individuals, and despite our differences, treat everyone with dignity and respect. So I have shared the agency values. It was something that when I arrived almost a year ago now, I look to daily. I've shared out with the agency often and have them included in the memo of integrity, collaboration, stewardship, simplicity, and innovation. And I have been highlighting one or two of those values in each sentinel and kind of showing and giving an example of how we are doing that at the agency. And so after many iterations, the plan started with me being tasked as one of the agency expectations by our governor to create one. So I tried really hard on my own to do that. Well, it was a very rough draft. I shared it with staff. We had a training, an all agency training. The state cultural office reviewed the DEI plan, as well as the leadership team at our 2-day strategic plan, and narrowed the DEI plan to mirror and really work with the strategic plan that I will discuss with you next. So wanted to present to you and your packet what that plan is now and see if there's any comments, suggestions, edits. There may be, given the expertise of an editor on the board, but open to any and all things so that we can, you know, adopt it with modifications or as is. It's been looked at a lot, but there may still be opportunities for updates. So please have a discussion and I'll support you in any way.
All right, board members, any changes or alterations? I do want to say I am happy to be a part of a board that supports inclusion for everyone. And I think putting this in writing that we're here to uphold professional accountability and ensure that everyone is accepted regardless of who they are, I think is a great thing for us to do. Anybody have any additional comments? Sounds like we're ready for a motion on this one.
Great, thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I think the only thing I didn't include is we are forming a DEI committee to really lead on this work, and will ensure they come and give updates to the board. And it will be part of our strategic planning in September as well. So I make a motion that the board approves the Oregon State Board of Nursing Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Plan.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
All those opposed, recusals or abstentions, motion carries.
Thank you. Just a little emotional since how long we've been working on that and to finally have it here. So moving on to the next item, Mr. Board and Mr. Board, Mr. President, members of the board, I want to present to you about strategic plan and the 2024-2027 Oregon State Board of Nursing Strategic Plan maps out a course of action for the agency that commits to racial equity, improves customer service, and supports our employees. The plan, informed by legislative mandated key performance measures, the governor's expectations, the 2023 OSBN succession plan, and listening to staff in the community, as well as robust discussions from your leadership team, identified 3 priorities for the Oregon State Board of Nursing. And these priorities focus on ensuring dignity and inclusion, simplifying working with us, and training our workforce for the future. Through this plan, the agency is positioned to enhance its role as the agency that Oregon counts on to protect the public. During the 2-day strategic planning meeting that the leadership team held, we updated our mission to include nurse wellness, and we added a vision. At the heart of the strategic plan lies a profound understanding our partnerships are not just important, they're vital. They are key to fulfilling our mission and bringing our vision to life. As we embark on this journey, we are filled with anticipation and excitement for the work that lies ahead. And with the board's guidance and collaboration with community partners, together we will make a difference and shape the future of the Oregon State Board of Nursing. So the development of the 2024-2027 Oregon State Board of Nursing Strategic Plan is the initial step. And the plan will be a guide for the board and staff to not only inform agency initiatives, but our budget decisions and policy considerations. So hopefully you all were able to review the strategic plan and have any thoughts on that.
Board members? Any comment or suggestions?
Comment. Thank you for including the wellness. I think that's really, really important moving forward, especially through where we've been and where we're going. So thank you.
I would have to agree with that, and I love the way this is laid out too. I think if no one else has any comment or suggestions, we're ready for a motion on that one as well.
I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Was this a strategic planning meeting of staff or the board, or can you clarify?
Yeah, so, we have our, I appreciate that. We have our strategic plan as a board in September. We have kept that 3-day meeting to have that. There were deadlines and guidelines for submitting a strategic plan on our state agency expectations. So the leadership team got together for 2 days and using the outline of the measures that we have, how are we going to get there? What are we hearing from the community? And so a lot of the increasing access to language for our call center, increasing how people can access our complaint forms, all of those that were listed out in the strategic plan, all needed to be submitted. Oh, I don't remember the date now, but I know I got it in at 5 o'clock on that day. But it was before our strategic plan coming up. But that's why getting to you all to review it, sit with it for the last few weeks, ask me any questions, make any edits for this plan. And then, of course, when we meet in September for yours, if there's a separate one or additions or additions, we can do that. Of course.
Any other questions or comment? All right. Now I think we're ready for a motion.
Great, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I moved my pages because I realized I wanted to say the mission and add the vision out loud, but I know everybody saw it, so I don't need to do that. I make a motion that the board approves the 2024-2027 strategic plan.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Continue.
Do you think we can get through HPSP in 15 minutes? Or do you want to skip to the mental health resources?
Let's do the mental health resources and save HPS speech to the end. Okay. So, Mr. President, members of the board, in our discussions over the past few months, we've been talking a lot about the mental health of our nurses and that nurse wellness is public protection. And one of the things that you asked me to do was ensure that on our website, we had a mental health resource page for nurses. So connected with psychologist Victoria Priola that was mentioned earlier today that I met at a National Council State Board of Nursing conference. And she had shared a large amount of resources. And in that, I include that main resource page within our resource page, but worked alongside the Washington Board of Nursing, who was at the same conference and was tasked with the same thing by their board. So now Washington Board of Nursing and Oregon Board of Nursing have a mental health resource page for nurses. They're similar, and then also some additional state specific. So we, of course, have the Oregon Wellness Program on there, as well as lots of peer-to-peer resources that as Oregon doesn't have a full program like that, but Oregon nurses can attend. I'd also like to say on this is a link to the webinar that in conjunction with Oregon Nurses Association. So thank you, Christy, for joining, as well as Director of Oregon Center of Nursing, Janet Bitton, joined and collaborated with me representing the Board of Nursing and inviting nurses with real life experiences to share their story of facing substance use disorder, mental health issues, as well as getting back to wellness, and then supporting nurses that are facing the same. So it was a really amazing webinar. And actually, one of the things I should do is pull up some of the emails that the psychologist got immediately after it. She shared it. Somebody wrote, "I have never felt more understood and heard. Finally, someone is acknowledging the connection between the toxic healthcare environment, nursing wellness, and the board complaints. I feel less scared about encouraging nurses to reach out for help after listening to you all. I am inspired. I have been afraid to face my issues. I think I'm ready." I kind of lost it on that one because that one came in right after, and when Victoria and I were in a post brief. And is this real? You're going to help nurses and not just punish them. So it was really powerful. And I look forward to more work like this with you all. And I just want to give a public thank you to Barbara Poultry, who got to work on the website when I tasked her with what you all asked me to do. So thank you for the direction, and please let me know if you have any comments on the resource page that we have now.
I have to say, I appreciate all this work. As you guys have heard since I took over as president, the whole nurse is part of public protection. I mean, if we can't take care of ourselves, we can't take care of patients. And getting people to get help before they get to a point where they're losing their license, or they've had a bad car accident, or some big life event happened that they decided to get help. I think doing this will help nurses and CNAs and healthcare workers understand it's okay to get help. We want you to get help so you can help care for the patients. And all the work that Director Prusak did and Barbara Holtry did on the website, as well as it sounds like there's lots of other resources out there in addition to what we have listed now as well. I'm really hoping we can further our healthcare as a profession and as a board. Any other board members have comments? Marcus?
Yeah, I wanted to reflect a little bit in professional and personal life related to this. Because as I'm just hearing more and studying more, realizing that nurses are in a unique position among healthcare workers. And not in a good way, in what I'm about to say. And that I think that nurses have traditionally they've minimized their self-care while maximizing their caregiving of others. And my mother is a nurse, my partner is a nurse, my sister's a nurse. I see that in my family, unfortunately. And it's really exciting to see this shift. I'm really happy with the website links, and that there are a lot of organizations out there, and there's a lot of this peer piece that's really important. So this is really exciting work.
Being a nurse for a long time, things were not discussed. We kind of dealt with it as we could, I have to say. During COVID, I had many people come to me and ask whether it was just a hug I could give them. Now I feel so better about being able to share what is out there. And this, compared to years and years ago of maybe one source or something, this is just overwhelming that now I can actually go out and reference and give them the help that they need and seek. So thank you.
Well, and just to build off that, there's been so many of us, I'm going to try not to tear up on this, but during COVID, a lot of us saw our coworkers end up in the hospital. We were the only ones there holding their hands when some of them didn't make it. Their families couldn't be there at that time because they weren't allowed into hospitals and the facilities, but we were there. We were the only ones that could be there with them in dealing with that trauma. A lot of us haven't had a chance to feel that we could deal with that trauma in a healthy way. And I think now that we're showing nurses and healthcare professionals, it's okay, it's encouraged to seek help. And I'm just happy as a board we can share that with people and make them understand it's about the whole nurse, not just the practice. That's important. Any other board members have any?
I have a
Comment?
very short comment, Board President. I was just gonna say thank you a lot for this. I think this will mostly come in handy a lot for those nurses that work bedside, long-term care, and they just at the edge of like, I just want something else. I just want something else because they just can't deal with a lot of things going on, and having an outlet to deal with those things will help them kind of like see, okay, what do I need to re-strategize in my life instead of just, I'm just leaving, I'm just going somewhere else. And we have a newer generation who's just like, this is not working, I'm moving on. But being able to deal with things, it's so much helpful because when you move on, what if the same thing occurs there? How do you manage? How do you deal with it? And I think this is very helpful for that.
Thank you for giving me the direction to do this. Of course, I received it with very welcoming open arms. I do encourage you to watch the webinar. And I will say, the board will probably collaborate and do more of these. And I think that the state knows where the board's direction, that nurse wellness is public protection, and I look forward to continuing the work. Thank you.
Thank you. We will start our lunch a few minutes early. I don't think we can get through anything else. And we have our lunch presentation at 12:15. So we'll be back at 12:15 in here. I don't know if lunch is here quite yet, but
We'll go check right now.
and then we will be having SEIU, ONA, and the Oregon Health Authority coming today. They're going to present on the new staffing law, the changes and potential implications to the board and potential complaints we could see in the near future, and how all those are going to work together to make our state and patient care safer.
In progress.
We're going to come back together and get started with our lunch presentation. We have Dana from the Oregon Health Authority here to present on the new hospital staffing law. Maybe. I didn't know how you guys wanted to do it. If you all three want to come up at once or one at a time. Okay. Come on all up. So we also have Matt Swanson here from SEIU, as well as Christy from ONA.
Yeah, I haven't used it for OJ.
So we will start with OHA, so you can give the board the overview of the new staffing law and all that goes along with that. And then with our fancy microphones here, somebody has to hold down the button while speaking.
Yeah. And you do have to hold it the whole time, so it's a physical challenge as well.
Look at that, maybe we'll get sustained. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Does this, okay, have to get a little closer. All right, well, however, it's mostly for the people on the phone. Okay, you all can, I'm gonna project and articulate and do my very, very best. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dana Sulliver. I am the section manager for a thing at Public Health called Healthcare Regulation and Quality Improvement. We do lots of things, but among other things, we regulate or we are the implementers of the hospital staffing, formerly known as nurse staffing of law. So we're here to tell you just a teeny weeny bit, and I'm looking at the time, so I'm going to try and stay within my time, about what we've done so far and a tiny update from the June 1, kind of, so that you can see what the status is. And then I will turn it over to the other teams and just let them do that. And then we'll answer any questions. All right. And Kimberly Volker is here with me. She is the premier lead analyst and the one who is on the sharp edge front lines of the hospital staffing plan review and works with our surveyors to review those plans, write the reports, and get all of the work product out that some of you, if you're really excited about, you can go to our website and check that out. And so we'll go ahead and move on to the next one. Here is a really quick sort of just the 5 high points of the deadlines. Yeah, September 1 already happened. That was when we had new law, old plans, right? And only for nurse staffing. So we applied the new law and the violations list, which is a short list compared to previously. And that happened in September. In January, we had to have some rules adopted for the complaints. We put in temporary rules, and then we went ahead and we kept learning. It was pretty practical to do that because we did learn some things, and we had the permanent rules go into effect in May. On June 1, the hospitals were required to have a new plan for the new law. So that happened. And to comply with that new plan, and then you can see in parentheses the RNs and RN to patient ratios and the CNA levels. And then at the end of this year, the committees for the professional technical staffing and the service staff need to be in place, as well as the plans. So that's the end of the year. And then June 1, 2025 is when the violations go into effect. And I'm going to assume that it's certainly a benefit to us to have a phase in because we get to learn along the way. We have the lower stakes learning versus the higher stakes learning, and we can make adjustments and modifications to the system as we go through. All right, we'll do the next one. So here's just a quick glance at what is in the rules. If anyone saw the rules before, it was a big packet of stuff. And now we have a pretty focused area. Yes, there are lots of details in the statute itself, which has always been the case, about the committees, about the plans, about the enforcement and the review and all the good things that are there. So we have some new definitions, we have some details, the rules that we were instructed to write through per statute were pretty limited. There are 4 things. And so we did most of those. There are a couple that you'll see down below are straggler things that we need to be working on. So, filing the hospital complaints, we have a complaint form and sort of the details, a little bit of process that may change over time about how we process complaints, not about just submitting the complaint, but how the sausage gets made, how we do things and what gets done, how many 20 days, 15 days, 30 days, 60 days, and all that kind of stuff. And so we put that in a little bit more detail into the rules as well as the enforcement. There is a waiver thing that hasn't changed, so we were able to keep that. And then the nurse staff member overtime didn't change too much. So you see the ones that were renumbered are just existing rules that we had. So we put those in a new division and well, you all know rules. OAR 333503 is the new division. So that's what we had. It used to be in the 510s, as we affectionately called them. And then OHA, we got feedback kind of during the rulemaking and around the CNA assignments, and you all, representatives from the nursing board, were helpful in those initial conversations, but we're going to have some more conversations and understand that a little bit better because the way RNs do their work and the way CNAs do their work is different. And so who would have thought? And then the nurse to patient ratios in emergency departments is still a to be determined about how that works, how patients, the patients where they are, how they get counted, how they're assigned, how they're, and we'll probably need a little bit of input from the nursing board, our nursing board partners on those 2 items. So that's something that we're looking at probably a late Q3, Q4 before the end of the year. We'll try and get back to that. We'll do some more rulemaking and hopefully we'll learn something about some of that stuff from June 1 until then, and we'll be able to figure that out. All right, valid complaints. There we go. Okay, so I only put 4 of them on here because I'm talking to the nursing board, so I'm not going to talk about professional, technical, and service staff. So we cut that slide out. There is a webinar on the on our website that you can watch. If you watch it on 1.5 times, it's pretty good. I did that because I knew a lot, but yes, so it's pretty accessible. And these are some of those slides. So I just plucked out the ones that were most relevant. But failure to adopt the plan, failure to comply with the nursing staff member levels in the nurse staffing plan, failure to release a member to a meeting, and the failure to or the requiring mandatory overtime. So those are the big ones related to nursing. And of course, it said September, right? So that was the old plan, new law. Now it's new plan, new law. This is just a glance. We're going to keep it short. This is also available on our website, the full presentation that we did in the webinar, so you can go snag that if you want to. But I'm going to let Kimberly and the complexity just give you a quick glance about what this is.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go over very high level what this is. So this is walking through what a complaint looks like in our process. So we'll start off with the complaint getting received in our office. We will make sure that that is indeed a hospital staffing complaint because we do other complaints as well. Want to make sure everything gets routed to the right place. You'll see that we look to see if the complainant is represented by a union and if they have any meal and rest break concerns, and then those will get routed to their appropriate places. So the copy of the complaint going to the union and the copy of the complaint going to the Bureau of Labor and Industries, BOLI. Those processes happen at the same time that we're reviewing the complaint for the HB 2697 validity criteria. We go through a process where we look to see if we have enough information to determine if it's valid. If we don't, we reach out to complainants. But if we do have enough information, we're either going to be preparing that complaint for an investigation, or we're going to be sending, if it's not a valid complaint, then we're going to be sending the complainant a letter explaining why that's not a valid complaint. Assuming that it is a valid complaint, you see that bottom row, that's us preparing for an investigation, starting that complaint within 30 days of determining that it is a valid complaint. Once we start that investigation, the hospital has 20 days to submit the required documents to us. We wrap up our investigation within 80 days, and then we post the report on our website after sending it to the hospital and sending a copy of the complaint to the complainants.
Thank you. All right. And then the valid complaints, this is just a little bit more on that. And these are the delicious buttons on our website, the blue one and the green one. The green is for meals and rest breaks. Foley, please go there if you have any of that. We also take them. It's a long story. But we then, if we get them, we refer them right over to them as soon as we get them. So this is the way we have recently revised the complaint form. It is an art and a science to have a form that gets the information that you need to do as little feedback, that little loop about following up with the complainant. You all know that probably pretty well. And sometimes we want to do that. Preferably, we'd like to have all the information up front so that we can just move right to the investigation phase. So we're continuing to refine our complaint form in order to get the information that we need. But you never know how people are going to misunderstand what you're asking for until you try. Even though we did do some vetting and we got some input, but we're continuing to refine that. And so it has to be 60 days and it has to allege a violation in also known as ORS 441-792, which is the valid complaint criteria. All right, and then here is the status update. So you'll see we have, so an investigation is not a complaint and a complaint is not an allegation. So we have the fewest number of investigations, then you have 42 complaints in an investigation. So if we're gonna go in, we're gonna utilize that activity and do more than one complaint at a hospital. 6 hospitals, so you can see those are the numbers there. And then there are, of the ones that we did with the old plan, new law, you can see about 42 investigated complaints, 13 were substantiated. And then June 12th, we have 33 open. This was again, this changes daily. So 122 complaints, right? So a lot of complaints, fewer investigations, and involving 23 hospitals. So that's the open work right now. And just for perspective, from September until May 31st, we had 282 total. And from June 1 to also known as yesterday, 384. So that we knew that was going to happen. That was absolutely predictable that, you know, when the new laws went into effect, that there would be a different level and in volume and quality of complaints. And obviously, that's what we're working on right now, is getting those triaged, getting them inputted, getting them reviewed, communicating, and doing all the stuff that's on that lovely orange and blue, which box are you in, and what's the next step. So that's basically where we are right now. Okay.
We're good on the mic. Yep. Board President, members of the board, thank you for having me. My name is Christy Simela, and I'm the Director of Professional Practice for the Oregon Nurses Association. I'm here to speak on behalf of the organization and the more than 20,000 nurses and allied healthcare professionals that we represent. I also currently practice in acute care as a direct care nurse, so I have lived experience that coincides with the concerns of the direct care nurses I am speaking on behalf of today. As you may be aware, there have been several revisions to the nurse staffing law, which has been in effect now for over 20 years. Included in the provision of the law that have not changed with the most recent revision are the establishment of nurse staffing committees composed of 50% direct care nurses and 50% managers who have equal say in how their units are staffed, and the requirement that the hospitals must implement the nurse staffing plan that was voted on and approved by the staffing committee. In addition to this language, the new version of the law establishes maximum assignments for both nurses and CNAs, wall-to-wall staffing committees, which include professional, technical, and service staff, and an end to the buddy break system,
where nurses are asked to cover a peer's patient assignment, often doubling their own assignment while their peer is on break. As I'm sure you can appreciate, the well-being of our healthcare workforce and the desire to improve patient care were at the forefront of our thoughts and intentions while we were advocating for this law. And we assumed that was the intent of others who participated in the coalition that worked with us to pass this legislation. However, what we have seen since the first phase of implementation on June 1 is what appears to be a coordinated effort by hospital executives to make working conditions worse for nurses, potentially compromising nurses' ability to provide high-quality patient care, and in some cases, making it less safe for our community. Nurses are being told that they will be assigned the maximum patient load outlined in statute, regardless of their staffing plan, the number of patients historically determined to be a safe patient assignment on their unit, or the actual needs of their patients. They are being told that the law gives the hospital authority to staff the units regressively and per the ratio only, rather than to previously agreed upon staffing plans. At the same time, patients' assignments are being increased. Hospitals are limiting the help of CNAs by assigning them only to certain patients or to tasks instead of patients, further increasing the workload of nurses whose patients have not been assigned a CNA. Nurses are being told that they have to go to their breaks on time at a specified time and told that they have minimal time to do a proper report because it's just a break. In the emergency department, triage nurses are often caring for 25 to 50 patients in the waiting room, but are being told that triage and waiting room capacity is not a patient assignment. Some of these patients have already seen a provider and orders implemented while they wait for a room. And since triage is not considered a patient assignment, these nurses are told that they will continue to use the buddy system to take their breaks, which in many cases doubles the number of patients a nurse has in the waiting room. We appreciate your guidance at a recent Rules Advisory Committee around the definition of a patient assignment and what it means to establish a relationship with the client. However, hospitals are not willing to acknowledge this definition or work with nurses on what would be a reasonable triage assignment. And so ED nurses are reasonably concerned about their liability and their license. In at least one Oregon hospital, as reported by nurses, patients have deteriorated and died in a crowded waiting room. As you can imagine, all of this has had a profound impact on the well-being of our nursing workforce in just the week and a half since this law went into effect, and it will no doubt affect the safety of the public if it is not rectified. It was never our intent to make working conditions worse for nurses, but rather to establish guardrails for nursing staff while leaving ample room for innovation and collaboration to occur through nurse staffing committees. Nurses are eager and willing to work with hospital administrators to come up with sustainable staffing solutions that ensure patients receive high-quality patient care and enhance staff well-being. But they are not being met with any sort of collaboration from their nurse managers or directors who have received directives from above. I'd like to point out a Sentinel article from May of 2022, which emphasizes that the Oregon Nurse Practice Act defines the standards of nursing practice for anyone who is issued a license in the state of Oregon, including nurse managers, directors, and chief officers. These nursing administrators have accepted under their license as clients the care environment for which they are responsible where nursing services are delivered. In their care environment, these nurse administrators are to use the nursing process to assess and identify areas that prevent optimal safety for staff and for patients, and to implement a plan of care that mitigates any risks so that the care environment functions safely. These nurse managers, directors, and chief officers are accountable for their actions and decisions, including whether they follow directives from their organization, which may be unsafe for the care environment. The administrator must decide if they can mitigate any risks, and if they cannot, they must decide whether to implement the directive and accept accountability should this decision lead to a board investigation. When the actions and decisions of these administrators who are implementing the staffing law without consideration for patient safety or nurse well-being wind up harming a patient or having a complaint filed against them, I hope the board will hold these nurse managers, directors, and chief officers accountable for their decision to follow a directive that put the public at risk rather than discipline the individual direct care nurse whose voices and concerns are being silenced and ignored as they attempt to speak up. This law is not complicated. Limitations it sets forth are not outlandish or even out of alignment with what has been the status quo in many hospitals in Oregon for years. Unfortunately, it seems like hospital executives are viewing it as an opportunity to create confusion, spread misinformation, and staff for budgetary reasons rather than for the safety and well-being of Oregonians. Thank you.
Can I do a quick time check just because I wanna.
Okay, about 20 minutes.
Yeah, so 20 minutes total. It was
Yeah.
10 for each person, and then we'll open it up to questions. So thank you.
Great. So my name is Matt Swanson. I am a public policy and political strategist with the SEIU Oregon State Council. We represent over 80,000 working Oregonians in a variety of industries and settings, including thousands of workers in acute care hospitals. And specific to some of the things I'll talk about today, CNAs both in long-term care settings and hospital settings. So as one of the organizations that was part of the negotiations that led to House Bill 2697 and a couple of other laws that I'll touch on at the end, I think this really came about because, like everyone in this room knows, we're in a crisis in our hospitals, really a staffing crisis, a crisis that impacts the mental health, the well-being of patients, and safety. I think the bill that we passed was really to change how we put our clinical expertise, the teamwork that does exist in hospitals, into a plan that we can all agree on to have safe staffing levels for patients, for staff, and to improve the quality of care. And there's a number of things we need to do to implement that. For our purposes today, I'm going to focus a little on what happened on June 1st. So there was delayed implementation because anytime you do a big shift, and there are some shifts, we acknowledge that, we wanted some time to prepare. And in some facilities, in varying levels, people have gotten to work. And I think where it's working well, I think it's the frontline expertise and management problem solving how to implement this law. And that's the beauty of what we have set up. I think in the long term, what gives me hope is the structure can and will work. Where it's gotten confusing, as would also be expected, is that I think the interpretations of what some of the standards mean are getting complicated, sometimes varying floor to floor, unit to unit, hospital to hospital. And that is challenging for CNAs where we've implemented a new patient ratio or limit of 7 during certain shifts and 11 during others. And that was important because CNAs were taking on loads of anywhere from 15 to 20 to 25. I've heard upwards of 30 patients. I think any of you in a facility have probably experienced similar cases. What that means is the hope of this law that we would have manageable caseloads that could provide the quality patient care that we were trained to provide would start with some of these ratios. How do we implement them? And what we would say is there's been confusion, as I said, from unit to unit, floor to floor. And I would imagine some of you may have heard stories about this. I think in this first month, we want to talk a little bit about how you as the Board of Nursing may play a role in informing some of the choices we need to make. There's this idea that how do you assign a patient limit versus a task? When does the patient become a task versus a patient? And what does that mean for our license and our responsibility? When am I abandoning someone, and when am I living up to my professional responsibility, and how that might come before you as the board? I think what we are seeing in some facilities is CNA is instructed that they'll have their 7, but then they're also given tasks above and beyond with other patients and instructed in some cases not to sign or chart that they were working with that patient. I worry about that as how do we work with our folks to provide safe care, to understand what they are responsible for under their license, and how does that impact quality patient care? Because the truth is, a lot of this changed overnight. So you used to walk into a hospital, you'd have your whiteboard, provider, nurse, CNA, and then overnight, some places radically changed that equation, right? And that's very hard on providers who had a lot of hope. So I think that what we hope, and as Dana said, we have some work to do because clearly there's confusion. And when there's confusion, that impacts the safety of the public, the expectations of staff, and the hopes of healthcare workers that really put a lot of work into a law that does have flexibility that allows us to have our expertise put it in the front and figure out staffing solutions. But I think some of those confusions are going to persist until we get it right. And that's okay. I think what gives me hope is we can get it right by listening to the voices of the CNAs and the patients about how this should work, what they need to maintain their jobs, because we're in a crisis of job quality, not just a worker shortage. We need to keep people in their jobs. It impacts the mental health, the physical health, and their ability to do their jobs. So I think that that is, it, and there'll be several examples that come out. We're learning a lot in the first month, but that is, for the board is to think about how this all interacts, because I think for CNAs, they are concerned because they want to provide the best care. They want to make sure they're living up to their responsibilities with patients, and they wanted some meaningful patient limits so that they can do their jobs. And how that all comes together and what rules we need to write, I think is important. There's also investments coming, and I know this isn't, so this is out of your purview as the board, but tens of millions of dollars are coming online to pay for clinical placements, to improve labor management cooperation around training and new partnerships that can drive workforce into the healthcare setting. So I think that is, I want to make sure that we didn't just focus on the standards, we're also trying to develop workforce. Because there's a lot of folks who are looking to retire soon, and we want them. They've earned that, especially after all they've gone through in the last several years. But we need to get this law right. I think some of the clarifications and expertise you can provide on what it means to provide safe care will impact how we write these. So with that said, I hope I met my time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And just before we get into questions and answer, first of all, thank you all for coming to the lunch presentation. And I think I just want to take a moment to remind everyone that this intends to be informational and just for the board to be mindful when, asking questions that we're not endorsing any type of position, but really just learning, mostly because it's OHA that oversees this law, not OSBN. But I will also add, thank our policy analyst for showing up to answer when the Rule Advisory Committee was going on how we do at the board level, see assignment and see abandonment, and we will continue to offer that expertise as we move forward. So just hoping to have a good, thoughtful discussion over the next 10 minutes with questions from you all. So thank you.
Yeah, like Director Prusek said, I want to thank you guys for coming. One of my questions I've had, which sounds like may have come up during your guys' sessions, but I have also heard the CNAs, some facilities are starting to do tasks, but then they're assigning them the entire floor. This might be an OHA question or a policy analyst question. At what point do the CNAs, are they assigned that patient? Like if I'm assigned to get all the blood sugars in the bath, am I then assigned that patient? Because I think that can be very confusing, especially if there are employers out there, like you guys said, telling the CNAs not to document or log into the charts. So at what point are they assigned? I don't know. Who would be the best one to?
I'll just say, it depends. It's really going to depend. If you, the plans are coming online, they're going to be posted, all of them at some point. And I've been in the past week or so, taking another look because the more it came in the week before June 1, it was like, it rained plans and then it rained complaints. So looking at those, looking at the reports that we write and what is in there, you can see some of that detail. They are very, very different from the old reports because of the way the law is written. And so you'll just, it's a new way of looking at it. But that information is in the reports and is in the thing. And as much as we would love if this, then that, we're not finding that easy sort of response to questions like that because it's going to depend on what the detail, if you've ever looked at a plan and you see all of the text and and trying to untangle that, and that's Kimberly's job, and she's nodding frantically, because that's a lot of work to try and understand it, and then look at the complaint and try and apply that to that, so that it's old and new at the same time. So it really depends on the situation, kind of a case by case. There is no global thing. Now, hopefully we'll learn some things from now until then, and we'll get feedback from our subject matter experts from the new rules advisory committee on this particular issue. Are there things that we can put into rule that will give guidance around that? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. So those reports are also available on our website, like Dana's saying. It does have a search feature down at the bottom where the reports are. So just type 2024, all of the reports that we've done for hospital staffing investigations have been published in 2024.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up question. This one will be directed toward the policy analyst. I know in our Nurse Practice Act, the patient-client, but I lost the word, relationship begins when you start providing care. So how would that relate to an assignment of an individual, whether that be the nurse or the CNA?
Oh, Mr. Board President, thank you for the question. It's actually before care, so it's from the RN. As soon as the RN starts applying their knowledge toward addressing the health needs that brought them into contact with that patient, that professional relationship is established, and whereby they are required to adhere to the standards, legal standards of care in Division 45. So that's what I can say to that one. Again, going back to reiterating what Dana said, it depends, because when you have CNA, they're working under an RN and implementing the plan of care. And that's a care delivery model. Okay. It would be like having a fleet of RNs. That's like, okay, I have lungs tonight. Sarah has bowels, and it's fragmented. Okay. So yeah, it's going to depend on the way the structure of care delivery is set up at her organization.
Thank you. Other board members?
I was gonna follow up on that, and it's just, I was thinking of that first question you asked Board President earlier, and then I remembered where, Christy had said, and it depends even on the location, because if it's if it's an emergency department, the maximum room they have is 13. Well, when they clear out all those 13 rooms, would that CNA restart the cycle? Because then you're like, is this a task? Or am I getting a full patient load again? So I appreciate the work you all are doing, because it's so hard to kind of narrow it down to satisfy different departments, different locations, different kind of settings. So you all are doing amazing.
Absolutely.
I think the end goal is always the safety and care of the patient. And I think that what we hope is between the process of how do we write a rule that's clear enough that the world understands. Because the numbers 7 and 11 make a lot of sense. Like I know what those are, but clearly we need to work out some of that in rule. Or I think that in the best of cases, we also need to think about the patients and the frontline expertise. So the committees have a role to step in. And some of this is a simple math problem. So we know generally this unit looks like this. Some of this, where it does get into areas, I would rely on the expertise of the frontline CNAs, the frontline RNs, developing a team-based care model that is going to provide the type of safe care we would expect. Now, how do we write the rules to accomplish that? I agree, we need to do some more work, but I think at the end of the day, I would imagine if I had a family member in a hospital, they're a patient who needs care, and I don't want us to also forget that experience and whatever you're doing with them. I want them to achieve the best. That's what we all want. And part of the reason we passed this law is many patients weren't receiving those. The healthcare system was too stressed, too strained, and we weren't living up to that promise. So I hope we can get there. I know there's some technical questions we have to work out, but that's what I think will retain more workers and will provide better care. I think we can get there. We do have that hope.
Other board members? Michelle?
As we know, hospital emergency rooms are frequently crowded with patients waiting long hours. So how will the new ED ratio requirements apply for those patients?
who have been triaged or seen by the nurse.
Lucky me. So, well, as I said, we don't have specific things in rule yet to interpret that. We are allowed to make a rule around that. We didn't have any specific recommendations, so we were unable to. The upside of that is we're going to apply that. We're going to have to look at the complaints that come in, and then we will have some information that we'll be able to take back some learning to the Rules Advisory Committee. So right now, it's going to depend on the nurse staffing plan. Whatever is in that nurse staffing plan, and it says, because if you ever look at one of those, it says this, and this, and then that, and then that, and that, and then those. And so, so it's really going to depend. We apply the nurse staffing plan as it's approved and implemented and adopted. So that's how we're going to look at it for now until we have more.
Other board members?
Very, very stupid, silly questions that my brain is not just adding up together right now. So, in case of an emergency, the staffing plan will override this plan. Yes or no?
Say again.
In case of an emergency, like I don't know, 90 Butins fell and is rushed to the hospital, does the standard nurse and staffing plan overtake the whole break and timing and all that? Does it overrule that?
Okay, so there is a provision in the law for a horrible ice storm or, a weather event or an infection that affects staff, right? So an infection outbreak. And yeah, if you work with sick people, sometimes you get sick. So that happens. And so there is a provision in the law that allows deviation from, there are also lots of allowances for certain numbers of deviations in certain situations. Where then it is, yes, the nursing staffing plan was followed and it's not a violation, right? And then sometimes if it's a violation, if they do certain things, then it's not a civil penalty. So there are these, I don't want to call them, sort of provisions for related to the civil monetary penalties. And this is one of them. So there is something around emergencies, disasters, landslides, vehicle pileups, et cetera, mass casualty incidents.
Thank you. Marcus?
Yeah, I have a continued question on the nurse staffing plans and committees for the OHA. Thank you, Dana and Kimberly. So I've heard of hospitals submitting generic staffing plans and not following the process of the local staffing committees. I wonder what's the OHA's authority for and jurisdiction for enforcement if it appears the hospitals aren't submitting that or carrying out the process as it was intended.
So again, there is 441-792, and all of the possible things that you can complain about are there. So it's going to depend on what's submitted, what the plan is, and we are looking at those allegations right now. There are many of those allegations in those 384 complaints. Yes, somewhere. Yeah, that was yesterday. So, they're coming in at about 30 a day. So, so we are going to be looking at that and we'll apply that. So I can't answer that generally. I can just say we will apply the plan and we will apply the law as the rules are written and as the statute is drafted. So we're going to have to look at the case by case.
So follow, because I don't know very much about the law. Then where does the enforcement piece fall?
To your question. Thank you for that. So the enforcement, similar to the requirements for the plans and the committees and et cetera, the enforcement is also phased. So at the beginning, if we do find a violation, right? If we find the violation, there's substantiated. You saw the list of substantiated, and you all know what that is. So, because I'm in regulatory town. So if it's substantiated, then the report gets written, and if there is, if it's found to be a violation that is worthy of a warning, then they would get a warning letter. So that's a separate kind of an enforcement letter, not just the report itself. And then, and there's a warning letter, and there is a provision for that to have a warning even after June 1. The actual the mandatory civil monetary penalty is going to affect June 1. Yeah. And then the meal and rest break is Foley's bucket of joy, and they get to do that. So that is going to be over on the enforcement, and the review is going to be over in Foley's now. So it phases in. If there is one, what we've decided is we'll issue one warning letter before June 1, right? So even if we find substantiated, we'll just send the report afterwards. We're not going to send warning after warning after warning, because we have interpreted that there's a reset on June 1. So then there is that one warning, and after that, then there's a civil monetary penalty. So yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll say too that, you mentioned the reports that have substantiated complaints. We also have reports for the ones that aren't substantiated. Oh, those are on our website too.
All right, thank you for that. We're just about out of time, so I'm gonna kind of try and summarize. Basically, if there are any issues or concerns, people should file a complaint with OHA, whether that be someone implementing a staffing plan without following the process, whether that be a staffing ratio issue or whatever the issue is. People should file complaints with OHA so you guys can investigate and follow up. One of the things I wanted to touch base on that I didn't touch base on earlier is if any of our members, CNAs, LPNs, RNs, are ever told to not log in or document on a patient, I hope they have the knowledge and know how to follow the law and document what cares they provide to patients just for patient safety, and that there's lots more rule advisory committees that you guys are going to have set up in the coming months to help get this process going. And I want to thank you guys, because you guys are going to be doing a lot of work on this since it's such a new, fresh thing. So thank you guys for coming, and we're going to move over to our open forum.
So yeah, we didn't have anybody sign up for the open forum. But thank you all for presenting for the lunch presentation. Appreciate you joining. It's okay. Mr. President, since no one signed up, the option is I could continue on with my presentation, so we continue to move up the time. And if somebody ends up joining virtually without signing up, we can let you know.
Okay, I think that's perfectly fine.
Before I do that though, does anybody that is attending to join us want to just add anything as a public comment before I do that? Great. Come up to the table. Yeah. No, Larlene, I need, it is, please, when people do.
I know we know.
Can you, I got it. Can you please also just state your name for the record?
Darlene
Usually,
Dunsmuir,
thank you.
and I just kind of
Before we start, I think I also have to read the public script real quick. Welcome and thank you for joining our public meeting today to share public comment. It is June 13th, 2024. Open forum is from 1 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. Each person is allotted 5 minutes. The board will not deliberate on any issue or request during open forum due to a lack of prior public notice. And the board president has the authority to stop an individual's comment when, in the opinion of the president, the comments go beyond this directive. Okay.
Thank you. Larlene Dunsmuir, board president, rest of the board, executive director Prusak, and also the folks that just presented. I have a follow-up question on the staffing law presentation, if that's okay.
So public forums aren't for any questions, so you can make any comments,
Okay,
but
yes, I'll
board
do that.
can't.
Yeah, so my comment is that, there was a statement made that the NPA does comment on the responsibility of nurse management in making sure that nurses are provided with an environment that allows them to provide safe and quality health care to their patients. And in the past, with the staffing law and its implementation in previous iterations, we've really struggled with what to do when it's an administrator, a nurse administrator that is creating a problem with the staff, with following the staffing law and what to do as far as disciplining that nurse manager. So I know it's technically it's OHA that does regulate the staffing law, but I do think there is a responsibility for the Board of Nursing in that piece of it when it's a nurse administrator that is creating a violation. So I just wanted to highlight that comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did
And it
anybody,
is stuck, by the way.
it does that.
Okay.
Did anybody that just walked in also want to make a public comment? All right, we will move on to Director Prusak to continue on.
So just give me a few minutes to pull up so
Yeah.
I can, okay,
And
2 minutes.
Thank you for that comment as well.
President, can I request just a short break?
Yeah,
I know
let's take
we just had lunch.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
you, Mr. President and members of the board. You guys okay? We can't move on until I make sure that Nikki's okay. Oh, no, we're getting, okay, okay. All right, so as Board President Green stated, if you could turn to page 196 of your packet. I think you all know this has been something I've been working on since I arrived almost a year ago. You know, some of the statistics are that in the healthcare industry, substance use disorder is considered an occupational hazard. And recent data collected from the Nurse Work Life and Wellness Survey resulted in 9.9% of nurse respondents reporting prescription type misuse and 15.6% reporting other drug misuse. And overall, 11.4% of nurses screened for positive substance use problems and 6.6 screened positive for substance use disorder. Alternative to discipline programs enhance a board's ability to quickly assure public protection by promoting early identification through regular screenings, intervention, including practice removal if indicated, and evidence-based treatment for providers with substance use disorders and other potentially impairing illnesses. The benefits to the nurse include demonstrating to the board in a non-disciplinary and non-public manner that they can remain safe and sober while retaining their license. This early identification and intervention process is critical to these programs, ensuring that potential issues are addressed before they negatively impact patient care. And the evidence is clear when the alternative to discipline approach is used. The most crucial benefit to the nurse and the public is that it enhances patient safety through early intervention and quick entry into monitoring. I'm not sure how many of you were able to read everything that I wrote, really trying to look at just an introduction on health professional service program, alternative to discipline programs, the history of them, and then the program in Oregon, the history of that, including the vote to cease participation in September of 2022. But I know that the research that I've included is definitely clear on the direction and how this really supports our nurses in public protection. And since we've been out, as a result, our licensees who have come to the board's intention no longer have access to this confidential alternative, and nurses who attempt to self-refer are being denied. And so I just wanted to open up a discussion about alternative to discipline program as a whole, and especially highlighting the conference that I was able to attend, the National Organization of Alternative Programs, where board member Cooksey and I were able to learn about best practice across the nation, heard from one of the women who started the program in the 80s. When she shared her story, I actually went to the front of the class and sat in front of the class, and I shed tears. A lot of the people that fought for this way back when either weren't alive anymore, to be there with her to share. But she shared pictures of what they fought for in the 80s and how the first board of nursing in Florida was able to get stood up, and then how National Council State Board of Nursing, who was here this morning, really engaged on nurses are caring for those with substance use, but at that time there wasn't anything for them. So we learned a lot, and it would be great if board member Cooksey could speak to some of that as part of the discussion. But I think that we are in a place to really look at best practice and work with the other boards that are engaged currently in alternative to discipline, and improve our internal policies for alternative to discipline and probation in general.
Thank you, Director Prusek. Did you want to start us off, Marcus?
Thanks. Being a new board member, I've really got excited jumping into understanding this system, learning as much as I can about what other states have done, what Oregon has been doing, and really what the rationale is for alternative to discipline. So maybe I'll try to step back and give a little overview. I know that the executive director, Prusek, has hit on these, but I'll just review kind of the highlights again. So Oregon is currently one of 5 or 6 states that does not have an alternative to discipline program, though we had one, interestingly, that was considered pretty successful from what I heard from other conference attendees, just 10, 15 years ago. And as has been highlighted before, the alternative to discipline programs show a better long-term recovery than the probationary punitive measures. Because I'm sure some people are wondering, well, we can already do probation. Why don't we just go that route? Why do we need an alternative to discipline? So there's a couple of things. Being a substance use provider myself, knowing that and all of you that have taken like motivational interviewing, you know that the change comes from within, right? And the alternative discipline program really engages that piece of a choice in participation rather than a punitive manner. And I think that there's multiple successes that can come out of that. For one, it's just in the statistics that there's a long-term recovery, better long-term recovery and retention of nurses in the workforce. And that has the retention of nurses that suffer from substance use disorder is really important, not just for total number of nurses, but if we think about diversity and reflecting our patient population, we want nurses in recovery because they inform the care that we give to our clients that are struggling with addictions. So that's kind of a secondary public goal when we're thinking about like what's public safety, how are we providing the quality of care. There is, the issue and what I've tried to understand from there was 2 main issues I think that were brought up by the previous board related to cost and as has been presented before and what we've learned from the other 45 states, our costs per licensee were very similar and per enrollment when enrollment was high. So really the shortcoming of our program was outreach, recruitment, and utilization, not necessarily the cost structure. Though there are some issues with it, I'll get to that in a moment. With the cost structure, with related to equity, we at least had a very similar and effective compared to other states. Now the equity issue with CNA access, that was the other issue that I heard came up with. And for me, really chided with me as I learned more about it. And as I kind of dug deeper, because, as we know, the HPSP previously didn't include CNAs in it. And there's some, at first thought, my first thought is, oh my gosh, injustice. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Because so many CNAs go on to be LPN RNs. It's a great stepping, and many are, continue successful careers, and we don't want, impaired CNAs either. We want actualized, capable CNAs. Now, there's issues with the way that it is currently, the HPSP is structured and traditionally structured for the costs for the licensee, because the licensees pay for the cost of their evaluation, and then importantly, the drug testing monitoring. And the drug tests can be $150 a pop. And then when you're talking about, currently, we've been doing 36 per year. The licensees can easily be looking at $10,000 in cost. And I think when you look at the situation financially for many CNAs, that could be an impossible barrier. So just adding the CNAs to the same structure, I feel is not going to be successful. I feel like the CNAs would not engage in that. So we have a lot of challenges with trying to figure out what's the best way to reach some more equity and address CNA's substance use disorder and how to give them a referral. And yeah, I think that's open for discussion as we engage and as the executive director comes up with more solutions and ideas. So one last thing I really want to bring up, peer support. In my day job and what I've learned through substance use, any substance use program that's taking itself seriously has a peer support element to it. I think I say this as a clinician when I see clients, because I've been fortunate enough to not suffer from substance use disorder. I can talk all day about the pharmacokinetics and dynamics of how buprenorphine will work and what the addiction pathway is in their brain. But I don't know what it's like to live with substance use disorder. And when the peers come in, when I work side by side with the peers, they can call it out. They have instant respect from the clients. And so So ideally, we should have an aspect of peer support, that is nurses in recovery or nurses that are very familiar with that. That's one of my hopes.
Thank you, Marcus. I have to say I agree with what you said. I just finished some classes for my psychology degree on substance use, and a lot of the research actually supports that when you have a peer or mentorship in addition to the traditional process, you have greater success. And as me and Michelle were the last two on the board, well, and Yvonne, when we made the hard decision to withdraw from HPSP, it ultimately came down to a lot of, how you were saying, inequity. I mean, we have CNAs who also deal with medications as CMAs, passing medications and have the potential for substance use. And, it wasn't an effective program, leaving out a portion of our licensing certificate holders who, like you said, a lot of them go on in nursing to further their career. And I absolutely love the fact that we're looking at either re-engaging with HPSP, restructuring things, making it more equitable, more financially feasible for everyone, or I'm sure Director Prusak has already done this, looking at what the National Council has for alternate discipline programs and what resources are available there as well. But I do feel that it's worth us getting back into, if we can get it structured in the right manner to make it feasible for everyone. Do any other board members have any additional comment or? All right, I think we're ready for a motion.
Well, and before I make the motion, I do want to make sure that I wasn't here also, and I respect the past board's decision based on everything, the information you were given, and what you knew. And I hope that I reflected that in kind of the reasons OSBN sees participation on my readers on page 198. Because I definitely have done that due diligence of ensuring that I really understood, and then from there did seek out what is best practice, what is best guidance, what are other states doing, and while continuing to participate in meetings with all the other boards that remained in it, especially because we do still have, I think there's 14 people in there, and it allowed me to really learn everything that I need to learn as the executive director in the position to really kind of be tasked with the next steps that you all give me the power to do, and taking those next steps. So if that is all the case, and I did reflect that well, then and no one else has anything else to say, I will gladly make a motion.
I have to say you did a great job in the outline you made on what led us up to that decision. It was with the evidence and information we had. And it's
Board measure-
a lot of work.
Okay, great.
Any other?
Board Member Juan and Chow, too, you feel the same? I just wanted to do my respect to you all from previous boards as we move forward. Thank you. All right. So then there are two motions. So I am making a motion that the board approves that the executive director pursues reentry into HPSP in the interest of public protection.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries.
I make a motion that the board delegates the executive director the responsibility of negotiating contracts and updating policies to improve the program for OSBN participants.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
One question I had, I'm still going with the vote, but, once we decide on like the plan for entry, will the board see it again before we sign the contracts and?
Yeah, and so that's what we were just discussing to make sure that it was as clear as it need to be. And I, use the word term contracts as terms, as contracts, but 100%, if we need to make another motion, but I think that is how I understand it, how you understand it, where I'm going to come back to you all in September with everything that I have organized, planned, understood. I am still waiting to hear back on what the plan is financially for re-engaging CNAs. It's become a much higher level discussion than those that I talk to, but it's ongoing and persistent. So that is all it is. There's no final decisions until I come back to you. I just wanted to be able to move forward with the support of you all.
All right, thank you. And again, I'm really thankful that our board is moving in a direction to care for nursing as a whole, not just as a whole for public protection, not just as a discipline, but helping the nurse as a whole.
Nurse wellness is public protection.
I think we need to go back to, let me flip back around here. We did that. I think we're back to policy analyst Gretchen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Board President, board members. So for the practice agenda item today is to pursue a motion to advance chapter 851, division 47 to public rule hearing. A little bit of background, just this time last year, the board adopted the current enacted version of the rule with the secretaries at state, but at the same time directed the board staff to continue rule writing on the rule to bring in more from stakeholders and have more staff participation in the drafting of the rules. So the products that were presented to you in the track changes and clean copy deliverables in the board packet are those rules. So are there any questions about what's drafted this far? I did want to point out one thing. Could you bring it? Sorry, got it there. I personally wanted to bring forth a recommendation with the board's approval. In the beginning, under general provisions of this rule, one of the big things we did for this go around was to align these rules with our chapter 678 150 statutes. One of the transition pieces I did not see in the draft product as I was presenting into the packet was statutes specifically referred to whom the RN would delegate as an other than licensed personnel, terms used once in these rules, and then all of a sudden we just jumped unregulated assistant personnel. So I put forward this proposed language to kind of bridge that transition so that it's the term unregulated assistant personnel and be is used throughout the rule. Just
Awesome, thank you. I had one question. I'm pretty sure I know the answer is that this shouldn't affect it, but with the new CNA additional authorized duties stuff that each individual employer's nurse educator will have to ensure that the CNAs are competent to perform the skill or task. Will this mean that nurses will need to do this process in facility settings as well now?
Thank you for that question. And the answer is no. What you were addressing was just adopted in Division 45. And that's where that language lives under the RN scope and practice standards for teaching that to the CNA so that it can be authorized with the duties. So that would not live under these Division 47 rules.
That's why I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Any other board members have any questions?
I did have a question for President, and this might be my brain not adding 1 and 1 to equals 2. On page 131, the first line says the RN may not delegate venipuncture or the discontinuation of an IV access device. I think the part I had the question was the discontinuation of an IV access device. They're not allowed to take the IV out and discontinue it.
Under these rules in the community-based settings, the answer would be, that would be correct. That would be for the RN who is employee of a home health or a hospice agency, that would not be a procedure they could delegate to their assistant personnel.
Thank you.
Any other board members, questions or comment?
I have a comment. 13 years ago, I entered CBC, as everyone probably knows. I looked for my med card to begin with, and then found out soon after that I wasn't going to pass meds, being that I came from the hospital. Then what I determined was I had sheets that were just left on a desk with a signature of someone that somebody said, well, that's your insulin delegations and you just have to sign them. And I said, well, where's the other party to sign? In the first year, it was a big eye opener. Looking at what has come about from the original to now, very clear and cut. I can say that if I actually look, somebody actually referenced and said, go look at the, regulation. That's hard when you're not in CBC to begin with. So looking at this, and I read through it several times, I have to say, if I was back 13 years ago as the nurse and I walked into CBC, very clear, very drawn out, and it's the explanation, you don't have to go and seek answers or questions to other people. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that feedback, and I thank you on behalf of the RAC, because I did a lot of the work too.
Any other board members with questions or comments?
Mary Yoder, yeah, go ahead.
Hi. Well, I just want to say, because I sat in on this RAC, and it seemed the language changes, I think, are going to really clarify things for nurses in community-based settings where things can be challenging, and there can be they're not necessarily working within a healthcare setting, so they're working a lot of times with people who don't have that background, and so the language in here helps clarify things for those nurses and the UAPs that they work with. So I'm excited about moving this forward if possible.
All right. Other board members? Again, I want to thank you guys for all the work you put into these policies for us. It definitely is not a simple thing. Just from the rack I was on with Barbara Jew, it can be a process, and you guys do a lot more of it than we do. But I think we're ready for a motion on this one.
So I would like to make a motion that board staff move forward to administrative rule hearing for OIR 851-047-0000, rule number 0030, rule number 0045, rule number 0050, rule number 0055, rule number 0060, rule number 0065, rule number 0070 as presented. Oh, it's modified, yes.
If you want to add.
I
that
was
if
the
you
one
need
that
to
modified,
finish.
okay? So as modified.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Mr. President, members of the board and policy analysts, like, this is huge. It's one of the first ones when I was first here, said, community needs us to open this. I just want to, on behalf of, everyone, thank you for all the hard work from our collaborative partners in the community, our policy analysts, and look forward to the next steps on this. Thanks.
Absolutely, 100% agree.
I think Claire's going to say something again.
Oh, Mr. Board President, I'm wondering, could we bring this to our next meeting? It's a little time sensitive. Well, people have been waiting on it for a long time, but also this affects a lot of school nurses. And so it would be really helpful if we could resolve it in the summer, instead of changing rules midstream for some of those folks. Is that possible?
Yeah, Board President, if you are wanting us to find a date to move up the rule hearing, to then bring it sooner, we can add on a short public session before our virtual executive sessions, especially since those have been shorter. with our, so I can work with staff to do that if that's just something that you all want.
Yeah, let's move it up and try and do add a public session to before our meeting on July 17th.
Yeah, it'll either be then or August,
Okay.
depending on how we can schedule a rule hearing.
Depending on the
We
time.
have increased our accessibility of rule hearing by making those virtual as of last month. But we, so just timeline in either July or August, more likely.
Awesome. Perfect. And I believe that moves us back to pre-licensure education by Ms. Blackhurst.
Good afternoon again, Mr. President, and members of the board. I'm Laura Blackhurst, the pre-licensure nursing education policy analyst. So I'm going to first direct you to page 145 of your board packet, where there is a preliminary memo about data I was able to collect after the April board meeting. However, I have much more data to discuss with you today. So in April, you asked me to explore what data exists in Oregon around clinical placements, to look at other jurisdictions and explore their challenges with clinical capacity and how those boards approach issues with nursing programs and clinical capacity. You also directed me to find out what data exists in Oregon regarding nursing faculty, and explore barriers that I could discover regarding nursing faculty and clinical placements, and really examine broadly in our rule opportunities where we could support nursing faculty and support clinical placements. And so I'm presenting today much of what I have found. We're going to move into the next slide. So regarding clinical placements, I was able to connect with the Student Max Connection group, which is a partnership of many different healthcare systems and nursing programs in the greater Portland area. Their membership does change, schools come and go, healthcare systems come and go, but as of this month, this was their current membership. And they were able to share data with me from 2019 to 2024 regarding placement requests they are receiving from nursing programs. And then they were also able to share how many students were actually approved and did clinical in these settings, as well as how many students were denied for clinical placement in these settings. Right, so next slide. So key findings from their data is looking at the number of cohort requests and precepted clinical experience requests. There are definitely gaps between the number of requests that are coming in and the number of students who are actually approved for a clinical placement in these facilities. However, one thing that was interesting in the data is that while the number of requests are increasing, the total number of students actually receiving a placement, it looks like it's relatively consistent. And so that is different than, I think, anecdotal information I shared with you at the April meeting, because I think the perception is that schools are getting less clinical placements from healthcare partners, but actually it's likely that because there are more requests being made of the healthcare partners that everyone is getting a little less, but the total has not changed. So I think this is good information for us to be aware of, just because maybe this does represent a capacity issue with our healthcare partners, or at least the ones involved in the consortium or Student Max Connections, excuse me. And I think highlights why we should be exploring how to support nursing programs and promote placements in other settings in the community. I shared in my memo, I surveyed all other nursing boards via the NCSBN resources we heard about this morning. So I did hear from 39 other nursing regulatory boards, and nearly everyone indicated that they are having conversations about clinical placements and clinical capacity. Clinical is a premium nationwide. What I did discover was that most regulatory boards will evaluate a nursing program's clinical placements when that nursing program is going through the process of initial approval, the establishment of a new nursing program. And then less than half of the regulatory boards actually will look at clinical placements or think about the nursing programs, availability of placements beyond that initial approval point. And so just for comparison with our rules here in Oregon, we will consider a nursing program and whether or not they have adequate clinical placements when they're being initially approved, when we do our ongoing surveys for approval, but we also have in rule that every time a program expands the capacity for clinical or change their admissions by plus or minus 8 students, that we want a report and we want to hear about it and approve it. So just something to consider, that this might put us in a position where, yes, we're thinking about clinical capacity issues a lot more frequently because of our rules versus many other regulatory boards. There was a question at the April meeting about how are regulatory boards actually analyzing or understanding nursing programs and their ability to get clinical placements. And pretty broadly, most regulatory boards are asking nursing programs to submit either a letter that summarizes their clinical partners and the availability of clinical sites. Some boards will actually ask for copies of the signed affiliation agreements. So in terms of data on nursing faculty, again, the nursing educator shortages are also a nationwide consideration. They are a decades-long consideration. So Oregon is not new or the only state experiencing this. But I found 2 studies conducted this year and last year that had really specific data about nursing faculty and financial barriers to nursing faculty. So Oregon has the 12th largest pay gap between nurse educators and graduates, and that data is from the Oregon Longitudinal Data Collective. The OSBN conducted a statewide study about nursing wages in general, and they did highlight there's a bit of complexity to this issue because yes, nurse faculty do have lower annual salaries than most other nursing positions. However, nurse faculty operate on a 9-month contract. And so not all, that's true. The Oregon Center for Nursing did share that when they looked at data from faculty positions who worked in like 12-month roles, that their pay was on par. And so it is complex, but probably the most common thing we hear from nursing faculty is that their job is the job. But it is 9 months, but needing to take on a second job over the summer to increase that annual salary is a barrier for sure to taking a nursing educator role. We also heard multiple stakeholders sharing that there are barriers to clinical placements that involve faculty. This was a question you had asked me in April, wanting to understand more if it was just the availability of clinical placements that was an issue for programs, or if the faculty was also a factor. So we did hear that yes, there are some challenges or barriers that also involve faculty. So with all of this, next slide, there are multiple areas in our rules that we can explore to address these issues. So in terms of faculty, some of what we've heard is that our rules around when you must have in-person oversight of students versus when a faculty member can provide meaningful presence, expanding some of those opportunities, because we do allow for faculty to be meaningfully present in community-based settings, but could we explore that for other settings or other roles? We've heard feedback that the faculty qualifications are potentially a barrier. Now, educationally in Oregon, our standards are pretty on par nationally, but one thing that has been shared is that the qualifications also require a certain number of years of nursing experience to be a faculty member. And for how much turnover we have in our workforce, adding some number of years experience
could technically be a barrier. So something for us to possibly explore and discuss with the RAC. And we've also heard feedback about faculty to student ratios. We are pretty prescriptive of the ratio in some settings, but again, something for us to explore. In Oregon, we use primarily a 1 faculty member to 8 student ratio. I think nationwide, looking at what other states do, about half the states use a 1 to 8 ratio, about half use a 1 to 10 ratio. So I think, again, it's something for us to discuss with the RAC about how can we have faculty support students, still making sure we're providing oversight that those students are safe, but something that might make it easier to get more students through the pipeline. In terms of clinical, potentially we could redefine what is the nursing practice experience. Promote direct care, but also promote indirect care roles. We know we want to remove barriers to placements, and we know we want to promote more placements out in the community. Other areas we could explore are stepping back from how much nursing programs need to have us approve changes in enrollment or clinical placements, pulling language from other states and accreditation agencies, which actually would ask a program to simply report what we call a substantive change. So if you're going to change the number of students who need placed in clinical by 50%, then we want to know about it. We can also look to developing a single process for how all new programs are reviewed and approved, because currently we do have some different processes for when you establish a new program and what needs to be submitted and approved versus if you want to establish like a new site for your existing program. So all of these are things we've heard feedback on and potentially will be discussed with the RAC next month when we meet. The other thing I'd like your direction on, and next slide, is when we are looking at these rules, looping back to some of our April conversation about accreditation, should we also be considering requiring these pre-licensure nursing programs to have a national nursing accreditation? As of 2022, 61% of jurisdictions have it. The map is kind of a mix of states that have it and that don't. But in Oregon, currently our rules are that the pre-licensure education programs, the institution has to be accredited versus advanced practice education, the nursing program has to be accredited. Right now, about 63% of our schools already either have accreditation or are pursuing it. We know that accreditation, part of what it does is highlight or ensure that students are receiving a quality education. So there's a lot of benefits to accreditation. Definitely the smaller rural schools will probably be the most impacted by a change like this, but potentially by requiring it and putting it in rule, it does give them a mechanism to get more support from their institutions to actually implement the changes needed. So this item, I really, I do want guidance whether or not accreditation is something we should be working for in our rules. Thank you. I'm sorry. Do you have any questions?
That's okay. Board members, any question or comment? Go for it.
I have 2 questions. Thank you so very much for your presentation. Really loved it. My first question is, earlier you had mentioned that less than half, about 13 of 39 that responded, considered clinical placement beyond the initial approval. Was there anything you noticed about those 13? Were they in the same section of the country, or were they all from compact states, or they just spread around the whole country?
I will be honest, I did not look at specifically.
I was really curious.
But I'm happy to dig into it and get that data for you.
Thank you. And my second question is related to the last thing you asked. If we should require accreditation for pre-licensures. Currently, sounds like we don't. Sorry, could you repeat that? Your last question was if we should start requiring, accreditation for pre-licensure programs. And it sounds like currently we don't. And it looks like from what you surveyed, about 61 or 63% of the country requires that. Do you know if there's a timeline given to them of, from the time of starting, do they require 5 years or within 10 years of the program being there?
Thank you. Those are fantastic questions. So currently, pre-licensure education programs do not need to have this national nursing accreditation. The institution themselves has accreditation, but it's not nursing specific. Yes, 61% of jurisdictions nationwide are requiring accreditation. And I'm sorry, I lost the final part of your question.
Are they requiring it within a certain number of time, like
Thank you.
within the first 5 years of the first 10 years of starting the program?
You know, that is also variable based on the state. And if we did decide to require accreditation, I think that is something we could explore putting in rule as well. Because a new program is probably not going to be ready to get accreditation. There's definitely going to need to be a phase-in period.
Thank you, because I was just thinking in my head, like for schools that end up being in like a rural area or an urban setting, it will be different based on how much students they have come through, and like some people might drop out halfway, so it might take them longer to get to where they need to, or things like that.
Other board members? Thoughts on?
So my understanding is that accreditation is a very expensive process. Are there financial resources for these smaller rural organizations that they can tap into to assist them with getting accreditation?
I am not aware of any specific resources for them to tap into. Potentially, if they worked with their healthcare system partners, because it would benefit the graduates that are being hired into these healthcare systems if they're coming from an accredited school. Maybe a financial partnership could be developed. Also, all of these pre-licensure programs are housed within some higher education institution, and so potentially they can lean on their institution as well for financial support.
And creeping up behind you, we have our virtual attendee who represents the board's education. So I bet you she has something to say.
Well, thank you so much, Policy Analyst Blackhurst. I think this was really, it gives us just such a fuller picture of this. And so as we move into Division 21 with the, because under Division 21 would be whether or not accreditation is required, right? So are you wondering if, so I just wanted to get clarification. So are you wondering if we want to move on that sooner, or I'm just curious.
Thank you. And yes, these changes would go into effect in Division 21. And I am looking for some direction that would occur sooner, simply because with the number of potential rule changes and areas to explore that I outlined, there's going to be major work done on this division. And so it would be nice to know if, while those changes are being developed and discussed with the RAC, if to also incorporate changes that might be needed for accreditation at the same time.
And I think if it's okay, Policy Analyst Blackhurst, the thing that we discussed of why, giving options to you all as the board is to help her prioritize when she's bringing things and discussing things with the Rule Advisory Committee. Everything would, of course, be discussed there and then come back to you. But when there is so much in this topic, it's helpful for that.
I think it sounds like the accreditation would be helpful. It seems like over half the states are starting to require it, and it sounds like it benefits the students when they get into other settings as well, long term. I don't see a problem personally, depending on what the other board members say or feel with us moving that direction. But I'd like to hear from the other board members as well, especially if their partnerships might have funds to help offset the costs.
I think it's a great idea. I just worry with Oregon having a lot of rural communities that it might be, okay, well, maybe I'll get someone else that's coming from a city side that has placement out here and just keep them in opposed to supporting my local school that is here, because that's a lot of money for me to cough out. So I think it's just a financial part that I worry about, but it's a great idea. I love it. I support it. I hope it's successful.
Thank you. And can I add I think to your point, I think one of the discussions that will be really important with the RAC is that, again, this isn't going to be an immediate requirement that's suddenly in place. We are definitely going to need time to phase this in, especially for those rural, smaller programs.
Joni, did you have a?
I was just going to chime in that I too am a fan of accreditation. Certainly all physical therapy schools are accredited by CAPTE. I think it benefits the students a lot, right? We're assuring some quality of instruction, quality of the faculty, resources for the students. I think this is important.
All right, so it sounds like our direction will be to proceed down that path. The other thing you talked about was potentially streamlining and making the education process one process instead of multiple processes. I'm all for having one process. It makes things less complicated, and everybody knows, okay, if I want to do X or Y, I need to follow A, B, and C, instead of, oh, if I want to do X, I need to follow C and D, or I just think it would simplify things for everyone, schools and board staff alike. Other board members' thoughts on that question that was brought up? Okay. Claire, do you have you had the look.
Oh, I was thinking about, yeah, that piece about streamlining things. And honestly, if we were able to if accreditation was a requirement, I feel like it could also streamline some of the review, like the periodic review that the Board of Nursing would do over programs, which would decrease the amount of time that our wonderful policy analysts are spending on that. So I agree.
Thank you. It sounds like those are the two, it was just those two things, right? Or did I miss one?
Those were the major things, yes.
Okay. Sounds like that's the direction the board would like to proceed down.
Thank you for your guidance.
And I just have to say, I think it's important for the board to know that this is one of the topics that the state legislature is looking at, and we'll be watching this very closely, what we're doing to increase access to school, also remove barriers to clinical placement, and improve conditions of pay for faculty. So we'll get involved in that.
And then thank you for all that work you put into the collecting all that data and reaching out to all the other boards as well. I think you did.
Right. Mr. President, I'd actually like to change the order of my topics because I'm waiting on a nursing program administrator to arrive.
Okay.
And so, Mr. President, members of the board, I'd like to next direct you to page 158 of your packet. There you will find a brief memo regarding a request from Tillamook Bay Community College to admit a second cohort of students into their associate degree pre-licensure registered nursing program. So Tillamook Bay Community College was granted initial approval June 2023, and per OAR 851-021-00104E, they may only admit one cohort of students until they receive their final program approval. So the first cohort of students is currently enrolled in classes in year 1 of the program. And once that cohort finishes the program and graduates, then the program can get final approval. However, in the meantime, Tillamook Bay Community College has the resources to support a second cohort of students that would start winter 2025 and would allow the school to continue momentum and growth in their community if they could admit a second cohort of students. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about their request.
Board members, any questions? It doesn't sound like anybody has any questions.
Then I make a motion that Tillamook Bay Community College's request for a second cohort admission be granted as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Mr. President, members of the board, I'd like to direct you back to page 146 of your packet. Here you will find a brief memo regarding a request from Portland Community College to increase enrollment in their associate degree pre-licensure registered nursing program. I'm joined also by their program dean, Adam Wright is in attendance. So as noted in my memo, PCC currently admits 32 students annually, and this request would increase their enrollment by 8 for a total of 40 students annually. Their proposal surrounding this increase met all standards required in OAR 851-021-00252E. I'm happy to answer any questions you have regarding their proposal.
Board members, any questions or comment on this one?
I just wanted, sorry, Board President, I just had one comment. I just wanted to say that I really appreciated the demonstration, I guess, of adequate clinical placements that they provided, and just it was well thought out, and it helped it make it simpler to be supportive of it.
Then I make a motion that the Portland Community College request for increased admissions be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Mr. President, members of the board, I'd like to direct you to page 160 of your packet. Here you will find a brief memo regarding a request from Treasure Valley Community College. Treasure Valley has submitted a preliminary application to start a practical nursing program. For reference, they are currently approved to offer an associate degree registered nursing program and previously operated a practical nursing program. Their application met all standards in OAR 851-021-00102, and we received one letter of support. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding their application.
Board members, any questions or comment on this one? Doesn't sound like any.
Then I make a motion that the Treasure Valley Community College is preliminary application for a practical nursing program be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
All right, Mr. President and members of the board, I'd like to direct you to page 166 of your packet. Here you will find a brief memo regarding an updated demonstration project from Chemeketa Community College, and I'm joined in attendance today by Sandy Kellogg, who is their nursing program administrator and the Dean of Health Sciences. Chemeketa previously presented to the board an LPN to RN hybrid program that was approved back in November 2023. Their request today is regarding a project that changes the model of the nursing practice experience and uses an apprenticeship model. LPN to RN students would be hired by healthcare facilities, placed with a staff nurse in a one-on-one pairing. They would then complete their clinical experiences, still be required to complete didactic courses, and evaluated and determined whether they were successful in the apprenticeship portion of the program each term. So all standards in OAR 851-021 were found to be met, and we also received 3 letters of support. In addition to this change, the program is also requesting an increase in their planned admissions, aiming for 16 to 18 students in fall 2025 and 24 students in fall 2026. So happy to answer any questions regarding this.
Board members, questions? Comment? Hearing none, sounds good.
Great. Then I make a motion that Chemeketa Community College's demonstration project of apprenticeship model be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Then I make a second motion that Chemeketa Community College's request to increase admissions for their LPN to RN program be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Mr. President, members of the board, I'd like to direct you to my last item on page 175 of your packet. Here is a brief memo with an update regarding Health and Education Consultants, LLC. So at the April board meeting, I notified you of Health and Education Consultants' intent to close their program effective December 31st, 2024. However, in May, we received notice that following a review of their financial status that they intend to remain open. Their re-entry program is currently approved through November 2025 anyway, and so for OAR 851-021, I believe they can remain open with this notice. However, they would like to set and maintain a student enrollment capacity that would support 60 students for re-entry. Happy to answer any questions.
Board members, any questions?
Board President, I, Policy Analyst Blackhurst, I was just wondering, so is this an increase or a decrease or?
I do not believe that they had formally set an enrollment number, and so I established it before.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments? All right, I think we're ready for a motion.
Then I motion that Health and Educational Consultants, LLC, student enrollment be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you. That was my final item.
I think we're done, right?
Mr. President, members of the board, I went early and that was the last thing on the agenda. So we get to close early, but before we do, I just want to say that the last 2 days have been fantastic. We've done a lot of great work. We were able to almost finalize some divisions that our policy analysts and you have been working on for a very long time. Look back into re-engaging with HPSP and getting some data on next steps for all the stuffs in education. So I feel like really great. So I hope you all do too. And thank you for your work over the last 2 days and have a great afternoon.
But
And you
now-
have to stick around for your computer stuff that My amazing executive assistant just whispered in my ear, and I forget what time they're coming, but as far as the meeting is concerned, you can definitely adjourn us.
All right, the Oregon State Board of Nursing meeting is adjourned at 2:14 PM.